Hello everyone and welcome to yet another live coding and chill. I'm your host Johnny. Hope you're having an amazing week, an amazing weekend, an amazing Sunday, and indeed an amazing life. Today we'll keep on keeping on with Gainzatron, the SvelteKit app we've started from scratch, starting with the SvelteKit wizard. We've done everything from the beginning. I'm doing my best to have this be a tutorial that can get you from level 1 web dev, knows pretty much nothing, but can Google a few things along the way, all the way to a level 99 web app that can actually also have a native mobile app in the end. We have a long way to go till we get there, but we've built some exciting stuff already. I'm resisting the urge to work too much offline on this because I don't like tutorials that are like one, two, skip a few type of thing. So they are long live streams, they're marathon live streams, but we're talking about everything. So the hope is I'm equipping you with the knowledge to be able to code along with me. It's a great pleasure whenever I hear that someone has indeed coded along and made their own thing, even if it's exactly this, even if it's exactly Gainzatron. That's how you start, that's how you learn. Congratulations to you, pat yourself on the back. If you're giving it your own spin and making your own thing, even better. If you have a client where you are delivering this to, even better. That's something you can put in your CV and get a permanent role if you want. It's going to make you look better. It's going to give you so many options. But it all starts with following along with something like this or any other tutorial. Today, we're going to be going through a fundamental thing in web development and software engineering. Really, we'll be working with loops. We'll see how we can handle loops in Svelte. And then we'll do the most complicated thing we've done yet. We'll introduce the biggest complexity we have in our app. We'll integrate with Sanity, which is a CMS solution. It's a relatively easy CMS solution because Sanity has become a huge company that makes it quite easy to integrate with quite a lot of frameworks. But still, it's going to add a lot of complexity. We're going to need to think about our data model, for example. We'll need to do some architectural decisions. But I do think it's a very popular use case because very often you will want to build a mostly static website, but if you want to increase your pay rates, it is when you can deliver to a client something that without you needing to be involved anymore, they can actually update the content. And that's the idea here. So let's go over, after my opening rumble, to what I've done so far. So 3 episodes in this series, they are long marathon episodes, but I do put timestamps the next day. And that's why I keep adding them as we go, because it's much easier for me to do it now and then just rewatch the stream and make sure that they're about right. Well, exactly right, because I'm perfectionist in that type of thing. Anyway, that's by the by. There are timestamps so you can skip out, and I try to make the chapters and episodes something that you can actually jump in and bring in and learn about and bring in to your own project. So today, very fundamental thing, looping, and then integrating with Sanity, with a CMS. And there is no need, therefore, to jump back to the first part and see that it's almost 8 hours and then bail. Just if you just want to integrate with CMS and Sanity especially, then find the timestamp, click it, and see how we're vibing, how we're doing. So what I did offline was, again, not too much, trying to do everything live here. Maybe I'll switch to the desktop view, but you can actually go to Gainzatron.com. We got the domain, we deliver that up there. You can click around and you can tell me what I've done offline and what you've noticed. The main thing is that when you click to see this week's program, it looks a bit fancier, I guess, and I've only implemented the first day of the program. It's a program that has 5 days per week, I suppose is the current idea of what the client wants. And you can actually tap on any one of the days, but we've only hard-coded the one to see what you're supposed to do during that day. Track is a fake doors type of thing where we're just tracking whether the user is actually clicking this and ever going there. And close, you can just close it and go focus on someone else on another workout day. And there's links to like the tutorials, like featuring ads, because I'm on a different account. Anyway, Jeff Nippert great evidence-based fitness personality. But that's by the by. This is pending UI. This is something to show to the client. And then we figure out how do we actually present this to the user best. For example, we know that users hate scrolling horizontally, but maybe most of our users are on mobile. So if you do tables on mobile, they're going to need to scroll horizontally, and people don't like that. They want to scroll vertically. Anyway, it's important to just put things out and see how they feel, what your client thinks. And in order to do that, we're going to learn how to do loops, because hard coding exactly this UI for all the other 5 days, the other 4 days, it would be possible, but grueling, and not the way you should go about it. That's not the way to solve that problem. There is a better way that we're going to learn today. Let me know in the chat what you're working on, and especially if you're coding along with me on something similar or exactly this, let me know. It makes me happy. So, last thing I want to maybe check offline is, did I make the stream public? Because rarely I do forget, but I do forget sometimes. It's been a while since I've done it. All right, it is live. When I don't see anyone in the chat, I'm like, did I do this wrong? Anyway, that's enough of preamble. We get to coding immediately, and we'll do it using the Svelte wizard. This is one of the really cool features in Svelte that I sometimes mention, but I figure I should double down. It reminds me of Golang, which is another very cool language. Well, Svelte is not a language. Right, no need to go in there. But the first thing that got me into Go was that you're able to go to the website and actually do the tour of Go, they call it, and then you start getting hands-on with the actual language. You can make a program that prints out things. You can make more complicated programs as you go along, and I thought that was amazing. That definitely got me into from being Go curious to actually being a Go aficionado and getting into it. So a similar thing exists for Svelte. There is actually a very big tutorial that gets you through from not knowing anything about the Svelte and not necessarily much about JavaScript into being able to be comfortable with SvelteKit, which is the isomorphic meta framework that you can use to do stuff both on the backend and the server and the front end. So we won't go through all of this. And I do think that even though you get hands-on and you actually touch the code and you see the outputs and it's quite cool, I do find that I cannot go through all of this in one session because it becomes boring to just learn stuff. You want to apply it into your own thing and your real thing. But going through it until you feel that thirst to actually do something different and diverts, it's a great idea. And then you go to your own thing, and then when you feel like learn a bit more fundamentals, go back to the wizard and eventually make it through. So, no need to power through and go through the whole wizard in like a day or two. You can keep coming back to it. Let's see what one of the tutorials looks like. I did that timestamp here. Did I really talk about 2 minutes about how awesome the hands-on tutorials are? Great, sounds like me. Anyway, so I will read out what they're saying here. When building user interfaces, you'll often find yourself working with lists of data. This is exactly the case that we're in, because we have this one card for the lower one workout, and we want to do essentially the same thing. The upper one, bro one, lower two, upper two, whatever exercise. And back in my day, when you didn't have powerful front-end languages, you would need to go to the HTML and just hard code and paste the same thing again and again. And then you'd need to like amend the data a little bit and mention that this is like the bench press day, like whatever the client has given you. And that would make you deliver something, but it's too grueling and too inflexible. So for example, we have decided that for now, we do present a table to the user to be able to see the workout at a glance. But we may want to say, all right, it's not going to be a table. It's going to be a vertical list. It's going to have like a big icon of the lift on the left, whatever. You'll want to make some fine-tunements into how you present this data. And if even like a little thing, if you wanted to say, oh, the title, needs not be in the serif font, it needs to be on the sans serif font, then you need to go to every one of them and change it. And of course, like you can do multi-line select and do changes faster like that, but still that's not ideal. That's just begging for you to miss something and introduce inconsistencies in the visual design of your web app. So it's essentially doing more work for a worse result. So we don't want to do it this way. We want to do it with iterations. We will indeed be iterating through a loop, through a list of stuff, an array of stuff that I've hard-coded yesterday without too many things. It just has like the... yes, Lint. All right. So it just has like the lower body day and then the upper body day. It's just an example. ChatGPT has added a few of the links for the second program, which I didn't change just to see if it's going to be like good. Equipment is bar, so that's not correct. I've used barbell before. It should have said barbell there. Anyway, that's by the by. What we want to learn is how to iterate through lists through the Svelte tutorial. So in this exercise, we've seen the real life application of why we want to learn this. Now in this exercise, we've repeated the button markup multiple times, changing the color each time, but there's still more to add. Instead of laboriously copying, pasting, and editing, we can get rid of all of that, but the first button, then use an each block. So indeed, as if I had read this before, even though I didn't, they're doing the same thing, where initially you can hard code stuff and just get going with being able to say, all right, the first one is red, the second one is orange, the third one is yellow, and then keep doing that. But at some point you'll have like 100 colors and you won't be willing to do that. Or at some point you want the colors to be dynamic, to be fetching that as data from somewhere else. And you wouldn't even know that the first one needs to be red, the second one needs to be yellow, and so on. So how do you do that? Usually you work with data, and it seems that indeed here they've provided a list of colors for us to play around with. So how do you iterate in Svelte? It's a fundamental thing, and it's Svelte 5 with runes, although this particular thing doesn't matter. It was the same even back in the day. So we don't need to do any of these, they claim. But the first one, which you don't save the page, Johnny. I think in the auto saves though. So if I say this background like orange, yeah. So on type. Hello, Milos. Great to see you here and confirm that I did make the stream public and people can join and see it. Right. So the magic keyword for iteration in the part that looks like HTML in Svelte is the curlies. Like the moment you want to do something special, the moment you want to do JavaScript, you do curlies in Svelte. So we want to do something special, something JavaScript, so we add the curlies. And what we want to do is we get the auto-completion here. This may be too fast if you're not familiar with this, but go through the tutorial and it's going to be a bit slower. Read the things on the left. So we're going to say that the magic thing we want to do in Svelte is a loop which we trigger with each. So each item in this list. This can be a bit confusing, but I guess in JavaScript it's kind of common that you give the list first. So my whole list, my array, is the colors thing. So each one thing that is in this colors array has any name that I would like. Here they suggest color, which makes sense. This needs to be an array. So naming these colors is essential because I have the colors array here. Hello, Faranglo. Nice to see you as well. Good afternoon to you too. So this needs to match the array that I have here, colors. But this is just a handy thing for me. I can name it anything. I can name it like C. I can name it something like zebra. Like, it doesn't really matter. You decide what to name this. But the color with an O or a U sounds sensible either way. So you decide, like declaring the variable here. I could have declared colors to be, colors with a U. And then so long as I call it consistently the same thing, it's gonna work the same. This is something that you need to make up and decide. I'm gonna call this something, but can be anything. And then this thing is gonna be each item in the array that we're starting with. So on the first time going through the loop, it's gonna be red, then orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, and then end the loop. And what we want to do in the loop is render a button. It's always going to render a red button because we're not actually using the color value here, but it feels like we can just use the color value. Again, in Svelte, if you want to do JavaScript, something dynamic, you do the curly brackets, so you can use the color there and immediately we get the colors. And you can even multiply select in this awesome editor. So you can kind of make this work, although not quite. So let's say that the label, the area label for accessibility of this is color. But here, where you already have the curlies, you just need to reference the variable. No need to add extra curlies there. That would do something different. So also an accessibility thing to signify whether it's the currently selected color as well, or just checking this thing that is doing Svelte 5 state, and there's the runes for this. The moment we click something, it changes the whichever color we have selected to the current color we're iterating on. That's kind of neat. It changes this thing as well. But it has like some styles in the end to make them look a bit more pressed when they're selected, I suppose. It has animations. It's quite cool. Anything else they say here? They are saying that we can also get the current index. So we are iterating through a loop. This is element 0. We're 0 indexing the loop. If you want that index for whatever reason, you can do comma and then the item that and then comma your index, which again you don't need to name it I. You can name it index, you can name it like whatever you want, but I is a common convention. And you can render it with curlies like this, and then you can see it in the middle right there. And of course it's 0 indexed, which is good for machines, I suppose we've decided, but for humans usually they like starting items from 1. So the first item you see is like, that's number 1. So you can do an arithmetic, mathematical operation here if you'd like, because within the curlies you can do anything. Right, so that's good. We could play around further with this and say, oh, if it's like, it doesn't matter. Maybe we could do it. For the selected one, we can make it like white, the color here. But it doesn't really matter. Like this should be like a contrasty color no matter what. Yellow and white doesn't actually read well. But anyway, that's by the by. The main thing we learned is the way to iterate in Svelte. And we're gonna apply it in real life in Gainzatron. So maybe another section here. Let's say that will be looping in our real project. And sport, I suppose, would make it happy. ESLint problems. Anyway, we have this program which is not a list in itself, it's an object, but it does have the days here as a list. So that's the thing we're gonna be iterating on. How do we get this to the front end? As a first step, I'm gonna just import it. So I am gonna say, maybe the autocomplete is gonna help me here. So we've seen that we can do the its directive here and get the same thing. It's the array, can import it, but that is not an array, that's an object. What is an array is the days inside the program. We actually brought in the correct thing. Yes. And then this can be the workout day. And for each one of them, we want to render a card, a list item. So even if I delete the other ones, we should see two things. And if I just kept like flipping around the other days as we get to 5. You'll see that dynamically, as many items as we have here in the days, it's going to loop through them and have cards for any one. But they don't have dynamic data because we're not using anything from this day item that we have here. We can start using that by doing the same thing as we did in the Svelte tutorial. So we can say day name as a title. And then you can see that they become whatever the name is. If I want it to be a bit less confusing, I suppose, I could say that the lower 2 maybe the lower 1, but the name is lower 2. And then I can use that one here in this place. And then I can do upper 2. And broad A. And actually use them here to make it a bit less confusing. Hello, Mal. How are you doing today? So you can see that as I change the items here in this array, because we're doing things dynamic with the loop, the amount that gets rendered changes. As I change their titles, they get used here. And maybe the other thing that we can see, if you're finding it too hard to give this a meaningful name, you can immediately destructure it if it is an object. Before it was just a string, so you can destructure it. But this one, we know that the day is an object. It looks like this. It has a name, has a description, and it has blocks, the workout blocks. So let's try to implement them. We're gonna destructure the name and just use it as the title. We're gonna get the description and we're gonna use it here, the card content. And you can see that we have some markdown here that we'll be dealing with later. And then we'll need to actually pass some things as properties in the dialog here that we're opening up. So maybe we can have a look at that. Let's see. So we want this Svelte component to have dynamic data, and the way we can do that is by exposing some props. So we can specify the props for type safety, since we're doing TypeScript, and we can say that it looks like, and also let's immediately destructure something, just because my editor looks a bit weird if I end with the script block with a type, I don't know why. So it looks like this should have a name for the title. Should we call the title? Nah, just name. And it should have the name and description, and then the workout blocks. And let's do the name and description first. Get there quickly. So name and description, you open it. Now this should be dynamic as well, but we're not passing through. We're exposing the props. Now you can see that in this page where I'm actually rendering this thing, it's got the TypeScript warning that you didn't give it the props that it wants. And we can just pass down the name and the description here. And then it's going to be happy, and when I open it, it's going to render them. Here, what about the exercises? Well, that feels slightly more complicated, but we'll do it. So each day has workout blocks, we've decided, and we'll talk about the content model later. And of its blocks, we can use the workout block type. If I export it here. And that's also going to be an array of things. How convenient. So now we can pass down the workout blocks, and instead of painfully having the workout table have a row of each, we can do the same thing. So the workout table component that I've extracted, we can copy all of this. Copy button, still not great. Say that it expects workout blocks. I think probably nothing else for now. The head is going to be the same. Let me pass down the blocks to the workout date table here. Looks. But instead of rendering like a million rows, then we can do our each trick and just do it once. So for each blocks as, and GitHub Copilot is, I think, nicely destructuring this. Let's see. Is it true? So a workout block has exercises and a type. Right. So I've overcomplicated things already. Just to account, I know that at some point I'll have like supersets and stuff. But for now, without taking the type, we can just keep destructuring. So yeah, Copilot tried to help, but didn't actually. Because each workout block actually has exercises and a type, which we're not going to use for now. We can use a type later to do like a nice UI element, some visual flair. So if it's a superset, connect them together. If it's the focus lift, then highlight it in a different way, something like that. But I heard you like loops, so we're going to put loops inside your loops. So we're going to say for each of the exercises, as this is structure may be better, we'll find out. We're gonna render a row. So the first one is the name of the exercise. The second one is the amount of working sets that we want you to do. Then it's the reps, but the reps is kind of complicated. It's either a number or something that has a min-max. And we can do more JavaScript here. And we can say, well, in this cell, we can say if the type of reps is a number, then we can render the reps. Else, we know that it's going to be either a number or an object that has a min and a max. So we can just say reps min to reps max. Have the extra space there. The rare is the reps in reserve, how many more you think you'd have in the tank if your life depended on it. And then the weight is also an object. The weight is not a real thing. The Copilot hallucinated that. There's a featured value. So everyone is different, but I was thinking maybe there is like a featured lifter or featured person for each lift. Maybe you can select. Maybe you can select your favorite power lifter. Or maybe you can adjust to follow one of your friends and try to beat their lifts or something. But for now, we'll just have the featured value, because it's not always weight, I guess. It could be like 10 pull-ups at no weight or something. But the featured value has the actual value, and then the unit. So it could be like 10 reps, like pull-up reps, or 500 kilos for a pretty big deadlift. Right, and another easy one is the notes. So this is just a string we can render like this. And then the tutorial link is based on the tutorial object, which has an href indeed, and has a person, a handle, an account. And I left that to be visual design, I suppose, type of thing. An author. Good. So with all of that done, first one looks the same, but the second one looks different, because indeed it has different exercises because we're dynamically rendering all of this. Isn't that cute? And we can see how, like, on a bigger design, I should be using subgrid as well, because this becomes a bit out of line. Anyway, like these design things, I don't want to get too into the CSS rabbit holes. But we can see on the bigger screen, the reps stay on the same line, but at some point, when I guess you have too many digits here, they go into another line, which is not nice. No one wants that. So just a bit of design here. Let's say for the reps, the minimum width should be, I guess, like 5 characters, but let's say 6 to be safe. I think that would get us there. Right, so what do you think? Dynamic data achieved. Cool. So we've done a lot of working with components for this. This is the live side. You can check it. And by the end of the stream, we'll have deployed it and have the new stuff we were working on. But so far, we've had extracted Svelte components that we gave props to. Some people don't like that. Some people prefer to have like fewer files, I guess. They prefer having longer files over more files, I suppose. And that's why we're gonna look into snippets first. So snippets, let me find the handy link that you can also find in the description, is when you don't really want to define your own component. Again, let's have a look at the real life example here. We are iterating for this program page through the program days, and for each one we're doing like a list item like this, and we're passing into the workout dialog a few props which they'll use and eventually pass into the workout table as a prop here. And it's a judgment call whether you'd want to extract something as a Svelte component or not. In this case, you may be like, all right, it's a big component. It's so big. I want it to be in its own file. It has its own logic, something like that. But maybe this component doesn't do too much. It actually does. It has the dialog triggers. Like maybe I'll keep this as a component too. But maybe this part, I'd rather have it as a mini component inside the main component, which is like the page component in this case. Since we are working with loops, I don't find the case for snippets to be really winning. The case for snippets is when used in place of what we had as slots in previous version of SvelteKit. But for now, just to show what it is, we're gonna replace this template here into a snippet, which we're gonna define elsewhere in this component. And you can tell me if it looks better or worse. And then I can make my argument, so not to poison your mind. But how you define snippets, again, like the its thing, it's like a magic SvelteKit thing. So it has its own magic keyword called snippet, and you need to tell SvelteKit once again, hashtag start the snippet and end the snippet at some point. And it looks like a function. You give it the name of the... I also name things name, and then it's confusing when you actually want to talk about them. Anyway, we can call them. So how do you define a snippet? Curlies for let's do JavaScript, and then hashtag snippet. And then you need to signify that it ends at some point. Your editor may do this for you. You need to give it a name. Which name could this be? It's a list item component. Should I be calling this? It could be like a card. Workout card. Let's call it this. And then this can take props, which I think whenever you write functions, which this looks like a function, right? If it's one parameter, keep it one parameter. You can keep it one parameter. If it's two parameters, probably you can turn it into an object that you destructure. And if it's three, you should definitely turn it into an object that you destructure. So in this case, we know from looking further ahead that this is going to be taking a name, description, and blocks. Which you can actually type nowadays. That's an exciting thing with Svelte 5. If you are the type of person that gets excited with types, like me. I love it. And then you can say, all right, with these parameters, with these props, what do you want me to do? Well, I want you to render some UI. So you take this, you put it in here, and now the scope of this is going to be making use of these properties given here. So just render something different here. This is a type, mate. How did you put this incorrectly? Right, so now I'm iterating through the loop just by having a list item saying hello. I want to use my snippet. How to use the snippet? It's another magic keyword. You need to say curlies for do JavaScript, and then you render. You can render a snippet, and you just give it the name that you gave the function before, and you pass along the variables. So workout day, and then you're going to say name, description, blocks. But it's not SARP, it's at render for some reason, to keep you on your toes, I suppose. To keep you on your toes, I suppose. And what did I call this? I called it workout card. All right, so we're back to where we were. And since we're doing it like this, we can just name this day and pass this along there and leave the structure in for the snippet. So this is one way to work with snippets. Hope you like it. I guess if you are in a long page already, you may want to be able to go through the templating like this. And if you decide to engage with what's exactly in a workout card, then you go further up. I don't know. It's similar to the question when you're doing just TypeScript, backend TypeScript, or backend anything, backend PHP, where you're like, should I extract this into a method or not? And then, if I am extracting it to a method, should I extract it in a method in a different file or not? If you wanted to extract it to a method in a different file, you'll extract all of this into a Svelte component, like the ones we've seen many times. Here, if you're like, I want to extract it into a different method in the same file, you'd use a snippet. If you're like, I don't want to extract it, I just want to keep it here, I think that's the best way, then you keep it there. I don't think there is a right or wrong way to go about this, which also makes it harder. It's great when you can say, all right, every time this needs to happen. When it's deterministic, I love it. When it's like, well, it's up to you, like what you like it, like how you're vibing, then things get a bit squirrely and people start diverging and doing whatever. But snippets will be important for later. We've used snippets since we're using SatCN and the BitUI library as well, because they use snippets to make some cool stuff happen. So it's important to learn what they are and how they look like. Let me know which one you prefer. We had the just have the list item be inline there. We have the let's have the list item be a snippet, and we could also have the let's have the list item actually be its own component. And maybe that's the thing we're gonna do next while we think about this. Also, not every framework has snippets. I guess in React, for example, you can define many components in one file, which I think is I was gonna say recipe for disaster, but that's like too dramatic, which I don't like personally. I like having almost always one component per file, but I guess it's the same argument of some people don't want to have too many files. They get confused. I don't know what is happening with them, but they don't like it. And I guess it was like a Svelte drawback that, why can't we only have one component per file? And now we're like with Svelte 5, you have snippets. So what are you going to say now, wise guy? I don't know. Again, no affiliations with Svelte or the Svelte team whatsoever. So if I say something, it's definitely my own opinion. And, you know, no one is telling me to say that something is nice or not nice. Anyway, something that you will encounter in other frameworks is extracting components. One great thing with React, believe it or not, is it did popularize the thinking in components type of design, and extracting self-contained components that have the responsibility to render the data and stylize the data as well and make it interactive, I think was a groundbreaking concept back in the day. We had things like MVC frameworks like Model View Controller, where you could have a different file for how it looks, a different file for how it gets the data, a different file for how it behaves on user interaction. And that had its own advantages and disadvantages. But the way modern apps are, I do think the thinking in components, breaking down things into smaller and smaller things that are more complicated by themselves, because in theory they do handle how they look and what the data, how the data becomes interactive and all of that. I do think it's all about keeping things organized in a sensible way, and it's more sensible to do it thinking in components, which I would say React popularized, but Svelte has mastered, got him. Anyway, unlike snippets, which is a Svelte 5 thing that if you don't use Svelte in a project, you won't see it. Extracting components will carry over to any front-end framework that you have. Everyone loves components nowadays, even Vue, got them. So microservices, components as microservices. So with Next.js and React again, when they had the server components, you could see that each component is its own microservice, which that would be a fun discussion. I could make a talk about this actually. And hello, Son, nice to see you in the chat as well. Right, so let's extract a component. I've shown quite a few complicated components already. But let's extract the simplest one. So if you're looking at the workout table and you're like, what is this person doing? Let's do this simpler one. So we have this snippet. How do we go about making it its own component? And again, this is an argument for the people that don't like many files. You have like this program route, and then you just create a new file there, and how many files do you have? And then your autocomplete thing like kind of finds it. You're like, I'm never gonna use this workout card anywhere but in this plus page component. So why would I have a different file and VS Code tries to find it? I get it. Like, I get it. I just don't mind as much. So to turn this into a component, we would just call it a workout card or whatever name we want. The name won't matter. And since we wanted to have props, we will need a TypeScript script block. And in here, we'd be putting in the UI, which is the same as this. We can just copy it, paste it, and then it's just a matter of bringing in all these components that it's got here, which could be an argument for compartmentalizing it. This is a SAT-CN component, a card, but it could be anything. So that's the beauty of SAT-CN, that if you don't like how their cards look or whatever, or you think that they are too complicated, have too many elements, just go into your components UI card directory and use whichever card you like, do your own. Let's see how you design stuff. But we know that this is gonna need a few parameters, a few props, and indeed they're gonna be these things. Well done, Copilot, you did it this time. And then you can even destructure them like this from the $props rune. Great. And we need to bring in another component. So we're thinking components here. So it's components all the way down. And then our component is ready. And how do we use it? So let's forget this snippet ever happened. Well, don't forget, like take this learning. But instead of rendering the snippet, which doesn't exist anymore, for its program day as day, all we want is to render the new component we created, the workout card. And VS Code can bring it in and tell me it's missing some parameters. I know that I could spread the day and then it's going to be happy because it happens to match all the parameters that it has. We could also make the props, instead of like having them destructured like this, just take a day that we've typed elsewhere. That would also be fun. Or to be explicit again, we can actually break this out to name description blocks and pass them in with the sort assignment that Svelte has. And then like visually it's the same, because all of these things are just different ways to solve the same problem. How do I render a dynamic list of data? It's not that one of them is like better than the other than, in your opinion, which one makes more sense? Which way of organizing things makes more sense to you? And I think I like components best. It also allows the components that use those components to be smaller, because then the dependencies are more clear. So this component doesn't need a card anymore from the UI card that we have. It's this component that has the UI card. This component doesn't care about that. So I think this leads to like more understandable code, but this is the way I've been doing it for a long time. So it's more understandable to me. Is it more understandable to you? I don't know. You find out for yourself which one you like. Maybe like you like the learning magic keywords that don't work in other frameworks. Maybe. There is no kink shaming here. Anyway, we have dynamic data here with these horizontal scrolling on mobile tables that no one likes, but we got there. So bang, 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 bang. Frangelo says, snippets seem to make sense when the shared content doesn't need script or style blocks. So that's a fair point. If you have a component that doesn't need its own script blocks, which I guess if it needs to bring in other components, would you consider it as needing a script block? So let's see, we have like the workout card here. It is needing other components, but it doesn't have its own state, for example, which may be what I'd consider as script needing a script block. If it needs to have its own state management, like derived state or something like that, then maybe that'd be a good rule to follow. And a style, of course, the moment you need to break out the styles here, then you get to have scoped styles just for this component, which sometimes you may not even want, actually. So we've seen in the previous episode that the scoped styles are so magic that they only hit things it can see in this file. So that's a great point. If I wanted this parent component to be styling the workout cards for whatever reason, so maybe you want to style the first one differently or the active one differently, and you don't want to pass a prop to this component to say, oh, it's a feature card. You just want a style block here and to say that the nth style, the second one, needs to be yellow or whatever. It needs to have like a highlight border or something like that. In this way, with the component, you wouldn't be able to do this easily because Svelte would be scoping your style into this component, and it wouldn't be able to see what's inside the workout card, but it would be able to see what is inside a snippet if you kept it there. So that would be a favor for snippets, for sure. Locality of behavior is a great catchy way to put it. Thank you, Faranglo. But yeah, that's also one reason to know what are your options, is that if you're familiar with the types of arrows in your quiver, then you can pull out the right one for the job. So that's why we're showing it and we're learning it. Right, so next up. Practically working with hard-coded data, we've seen that I've created this program array, which is supposed to be one of the many phases in a Gainzatron program, which has many phases, each phase having many weeks, each week having many days. I do have like the Obsidian node graph on trying to make sense of this information. But as you're trying to make sense of the data that your app is going to have, and as your client is trying to make sense of the data that they want to have, I do think it's great to start with hard-coded data, like I've done here, trying to get the client to tell you what they want on a page, and then you try to visualize it, and then you try to hard-code it like this, may lead you into understanding what your schemas are going to be before needing to commit to like a database or any other solution. The easiest thing to change is like a TypeScript type. So as you get your client to communicate what they want on the page, you may be able to understand what the best data model would be. That's why I'm a fan of starting with hard-coded data like this. And in order to make the switch more flexible, so let's say, all right, we want to deploy this, deliver it so our client can have a look and they can tell us that, oh, we don't like the horizontal scrolling, or that this looks nice, or each exercise should have like an image or whatever. In order to make the change from hard-coded data to dynamic data more easily, we could do my flavor of dependency injection and actually have an in-memory or hard-coded exercises repo, which we then switch into a database repository, or as we know from the agenda of this episode, we'll switch to Sanity being our source of truth for our programs. So how do we make that more easily? We've seen that this page is taking the program straight as a dependency here, which is not going to be the way it's going to go down the line, because we're not going to be able to import our Sanity CMS thing like this. So to make this a bit more realistic, as a first stage, let's have our plus page.svelte, our program page, get this from the data loader. We've kind of shown this before, but how we load data in SvelteKit, each page can have a sibling plus page.server.ts that can export a load method in which we've defined some cache control headers. So we take advantage of Cloudflare caching, but can have dynamic data. The thing we've shown is how to make the metadata, so the title here, the description for SEO, for when you're saying in social as well. We've made this dynamic. We could also be loading the program itself in here. So just to start with, I'm not gonna get it as an import in this page. I am gonna get it as an import in the loader, and then I'm gonna return it as a program. That means that the sibling plus page is gonna be able to access it as a prop. So if I do let program equals props, it's gonna be magically loaded and typed for me, which is gonna be very nice. Is it? Try harder. Of course, everything from the data loaded is nested inside data, so that was my bad. And you cannot destructure when you do this, not allowed. So I need to take it out like this and actually use it like this, but this is magically typed for me, which is neat. So SvelteKit understands what the load method returns, and then the sibling page has access in the data object to whatever you've returned there. So it knows that this is a workout week type of reference. And you can iterate through the dates and all of that without you needing to write even more TypeScript. So that's stage one, having the UI be agnostic of how you get the data. The UI doesn't know how you get the data. The UI just knows that it gets given data magically by SvelteKit by returning it in the load method. Second stage would be to do dependency injection, my flavor of dependency injection. If you remember, we have this hooks.server.ts that runs for every request, and you can export a handle, something that will run on every request, and we have a sequence just to future-proof for later, just to compartmentalize, extract things, organize things. As we've talked about, the only thing that we do in the sequence is the dependency injection, in which we put in the locals for access to our .server files the newsletter repo. This newsletter repo, what's this about? It's this part here where you can put in your email, and that gets persisted somewhere. We're doing dependency injection because for now we are persisting to recent, but maybe we'll use like Beehive or whatever else. It doesn't matter. That's the point of dependency injection, in that you abstract away the behind the scenes stuff and just say, all right, I have a newsletter repo that has a subscribe method, and that's it. And then I can work on the way to do this with Beehive, another email newsletter service that maybe you signed up, maybe you found like a coupon, maybe you got funding to use that one, who knows. You do the work to implement the same subscribe functionality, the new one, and then you just switch this one line and you're good to go. So that's exactly what we're going to do for the programs. And I suppose we'll call it program repo or something like that. I have repos newsletter here. Let's call it, should it be program? I guess. So let's call it program and create a program repo interface. And this is where we're going to put all the types that I've haphazardly created. We're going to be defining an interface. Maybe this needs to be plural. Maybe we have many programs. I guess newsletters, that's the one, it's not newsletters. But users is users. I don't know. Let's do programs. So export interface, programs, repo interface. And what we want to have, maybe get current, which is gonna return a promise of a program. And then let's look at the things that I've typed. Let's copy all of this file actually. So just thinking about this, I was saying, all right, that each exercise will have a name, will have a tutorial, will have an array of equipment that it may need, and whether it's unilateral. I found this use case. This is one of the use cases that your client would never tell you, for example. You need to try to implement the design in real life, or I guess try to do a mockup in like Figma or whatever. But only then you realize, oh, what happens if it's a by side type of exercise. Maybe I can show it here. Oh, I'm not using it. I should be using it for the step back lenses actually. So let's do that. Let's fix that quickly. So table. It should probably be is unilateral. I'll change it later. So we can do a little check and say if it's unilateral, we can do like per side, or else say nothing. Because I know am I in the correct place? Probably. It is true. What's that about? Think again, Vit. Right. So in the table here, save 2 to 4. And if the exercise is unilateral, we need to do the per side thing. So why is it not working here? Is it never unilateral? Then name it something else. Seems like a data problem. It is this. Ah, I'm in the correct place. I'm in the incorrect place. So another if after this if, actually, if unilateral, then say like per side. There you go. And this one will have this per side thing, which means that we need to add 11 more characters. So let's say like 12 here. Maybe 10. Maybe 8. Maybe 4. No. 12. 10. Make this a bit smaller. Design rabbit holes. I love them. All right, let's say that's enough. So all of this to just show this per side thing. Anyway, I was saying that I would never think this in advance. Like I would need to see the app in real life and then figure out that we may have this problem. That I'm in the gym, I see prescribed that, oh, I need to do like 10 lenses. And I'm like, well, is it 10 per side or is it like 10 total? And if it doesn't explicitly say per side, I always assume that it's going to be total because that means I do less. And I want to do less. I think that's like a little something that people will appreciate that you would only notice if you try to build things in real life. Anyway, little tangent there. Let's keep going with the programs repo interface. As we were defining the types, as I was defining the types yesterday, I thought that, oh, maybe we will need like a unilateral type of thing. But I will immediately switch to is unilateral because I like for Boolean values to make it even more explicit in their names that they are Booleans. That comes from PHP, where that didn't used to be a thing. Types didn't used to be a thing in PHP. So any hint you could have that something is like a Boolean or like a string or whatever, you would take. You would take it. Anyway, exercise has name, tutorial, equipment, and whether it's a unilateral exercise. Great. Equipment can be a barbell, dumbbell, kettlebell, machine. This can be used in the future to keep people in a station for as long as possible. So if you need like a platform, maybe we'll keep you in the platform for the whole workout for as long as possible. I find with some programs or with some routines, sometimes they prescribe exercises that are impossible to do in real life, like in a real gym. They'll have you like, oh, do like these barbell squats and then go do leg extensions. But you'd never give up a squat rack to superset leg extensions in a machine all the way across the room. They're not going to be side by side. So you'd never do that. So this feels like important information to know when you're designing the program, if we decide to do like an AI assisted thing for designing the program. But of course, as a user, I want to know what do I need for this exercise and maybe filter out things like, oh, I can only do like barbell stuff today, or I don't have access to a barbell today. So anything that needs like barbells and machines are out. But I do have dumbbells and kettlebells, some exercises that are like that. And the tutorial we've talked about, always want to credit the creators. Like realistically, for most apps, you would want to have yourself doing the tutorial of the exercise, I suppose, or have pay a professional to do it just for you. But realistically, that's not going to happen. So talking with the client, we're like, just find YouTube videos that you like and we can reuse and of course credit them as needed. But then this is what an exercise looks like in general, but in a specific workout day, an exercise has a few other things. It has how many sets you need to do, how many reps you need to do. Sometimes it's a single number, sometimes it can be a range. So, they tell you do 8 to 12. It has a reps in reserve that you need to target for, how much effort you need to go for. It has nodes, and it has the featured value that we've talked about, that everyone is different. So, maybe for me, 100 kilo squat is hard to do at a certain rep range, but for you, it's easy. or for you it's impossible, and it's impossible to say in advance if you're more familiar with squads than I am. But you're supposed to use the reps in reserve number in order to understand how much weight to load. But it can be helpful to see an indication of, this lifter that I know actually does 100 kilos in this exercise. So you're closer to what you may put for yourself there. Again, like some apps have you do all the lifts for your 1 rep max, or like very few reps. And then based on that, they suggest your number for other rep ranges. I don't find that works that well, because it's impossible to find the algorithm that takes an 1 rep max and is able to allocate it for a specific reps in reserve for like the 10 rep range. Just impossible. It will only be accurate closer to the 1 rep range, to the data point that you have, or not be accurate anywhere and just be mid all over the place. Anyway, that's an aside. I do think it's just easier to know that, this person that I follow has done exactly this exercise, this many sets, this many reps at that number, and I know that, I'm a bit stronger in this lift, a bit weaker on that one, and you have more information on how much to load the bar. Anyway, by the by, it's in order, we could do with just workout exercises in a workout day, but people love prescribing supersets, people love describing giant sets, and sometimes people love saying that, this is the core lift of the day, the focus lift, and the other one is accessories, so people can skip them. So that's why I thought that maybe we'd have workout blocks that have exercises, as many as you want, and can have a type, so we can use it to stylize and say whether it's like the core lift or a backup set, or whether it's like, any other exercise, or of course whether it's a superset or a circuit. And then a workout day has a name and a description, has many workout blocks. A workout week has a name and a description, has many workout days. And that's about it. Again, nothing to do with Svelte and SvelteKit or like web development, but it has to do a little bit with software engineering and working with data. Defining these types here, thinking about them, UI first, I think is the best way to go about it nowadays. There is little commitment into typing the types in TypeScript like this, because I was like, this should be called like is unilateral, and you just did it. You don't need to do a migration or organize anything else there. And the one thing you really need is a way for the user to see all that data. So you need the UI. You can't, no one is using an app because they were shown the architectural tree or the nodes or like the backend system and all of that. No one is using an app because they're told it's in SvelteKit or React or anything like that. They're using the app because they find it intuitive, they find it appealing or fun. They're using it for everything else but the UI framework that you're working with. So starting from the UI may help you define the best architecture to achieve the UI of your dreams that your users may need. Big aside there, what are we doing in this interface? We are saying that each one of the programs when you get the current program, you should get a workout week back, interestingly enough. Naming is hard. So all of these things will stay, but the hard-coded data won't stay in this file. So all of these up to here will go in an implementation of this interface. So if it looked too crazy, maybe it looks a bit less crazy here. Our interface is defining what a tutorial looks like, which is a thing that is in an exercise along with equipment. An exercise is a thing that is extended by a workout exercise. A workout exercise is inside a workout block, which is inside a workout day, which is inside a workout week, which essentially is a program. Someone says, I use my favorite workout app for type safety. Yeah, it's like, oh, why do you like Gainzatron? It's like, oh, the type safety is intense, the strongest type safety here. World's strongest type safety app. Right, so we have the interface, and we're saying that we'll start by implementing this with a hard-coded programs repo. Sometimes I call this in memory, but people can get confused because you have key value stores, Redis, some tech like that that also keeps your data in memory. So even though it's technically correct, I think hard-coded makes it clear that it's not staying in a different service, and it's literally hard-coded here in the code, in this code base. So in here is where I'm going to be pasting like all of these things, which I'll need to be important from the correct place. And yeah, let's export everything. Export what's a tutorial. Export the equipment type. Export the exercise. I think my keyboard is close to giving up the ghost, and I have ordered another one, but it's in one of those group buy situations where I guess I'm waiting for others to also buy it enough for them to justify the build. Anyway, and we'll break the app for just a moment because this program file, I don't want to see it anymore. Because I don't want the hard-coded repo to be confused in regards to the imports. So this thing, the workout day, tailor it, bring it in. Yep. And workout week, bring it that. But what will we have here? We have a class, a hard-coded programs repo that is going to be implementing the programs repo interface. Did you bring it in? Oh, good. And it's going to have a get current method. That does return a promise of workout weeks. And then it's just going to be returning this hard-coded program. Make it a sync, so it's a promise, like it's going to be when we actually get it from a different service. And we can just return this here. Great. We could complicate this and have like a constructor that gets given the program. So maybe you'd use this for tests, for example. A great use case for hard-coded repos is you want to have tests that use them. But we won't be doing it now. To stop crashing the app though, we can go to our app.d.ts and say in the locals, besides the newsletter repo, we also now have the programs repo. And here we could say that it's either the abstract interface or the hard-coded one. And I do find it's a bit easier for jumping around the code to just say that this implementation. It does mean that if you switch implementations, you need to go in 2 different places. Let's go to our dependency injection here. So event locals actually put it in. Good. That means that in our page.server for the program, instead of importing this thing that doesn't exist, the program is going to be something you get. by awaiting the programs repo get current method that we had here. And this should be a sync, of course. And bam, we're back to working, but now we've used dependency injection to make it easier to switch to our CRM or database solution down the line. All we'll need is to go to the dependency injection handle eventually and say new like sanity programs repo, and that's it. The reason that we'll also need to switch our app.ts is because we explicitly said hardcoded programs repo here, and we're gonna switch it to the sanity one here. So 2-line changes, I suppose. The reason we're doing that is because here in the locals, now I can command click get current, and I get into this specific implementation instead of the interface, which I find slightly handier. Son is asking a great question. A rule of thumb this week is that TypeScript interfaces are for classes and TypeScript types for everything else. Do you think it rings true or it doesn't matter? So you'll find that every time I define a type, I define it like this with the keyword type. Type workout block equals something that looks like an object. TypeScript also has a way to define a type with the interface keyword, which, kind of like a class, doesn't have an equal sign, and still the parameters here do look like an object, so it looks like the same. And Son's question is, when would you use one over the other? I always use type, but I just realized that for the interface, I actually used interface. So I guess that's my rule of thumb, which is what Son is saying in the chat as well. When I'm gonna use the implements keyword, so when I'm gonna be defining a class that is implementing an interface, I'm gonna use interface because you can only implement an interface, you cannot implement a type. But for everything else, I am gonna use type. I'm sure there are arguments of you should use interface everywhere, or you should use interface in this edge case, but these are too confusing for me. I do think that in other languages you have interfaces that are exactly this. They are the things that a class should be implementing. They expose the methods that a class should be implementing, or the public properties that a class should be implementing. So because this looks like more like the language of languages that had classes earlier on the JavaScript, which added classes as a tacked on feature eventually, I use it in this case. For every other case, I just use the type like this. Does it make a difference? I don't know. I think if it does make a difference, if there is a benchmark that says that, actually TypeScript compiles like 5 seconds slower on a repo with like 1,000,000 lines if you're using types instead of interfaces, like maybe next month it's going to be the other way, and it's going to be, TypeScript compiles faster when you're using types all the way and not interfaces at all. So I think those types of performance benchmarks are like trivial, so you shouldn't really make your decision based on that. And I do think popularity wise, I have heard this before, and I think that most people nowadays do go for types when actually defining types like this, and do agree with me that when you actually want a class to implement an interface, you export an interface like you do in other languages. But yeah, what else do we need to do here? I guess we were implementing those, we were importing those types in a few different places, and TypeScript is flipping out. let's resolve that. Let's import them from the correct place. Let's import them here. And of course, remember that we renamed this to isUnilateral. Make it a bit clearer. So everything should work the same. But now when we switch to Sanity, it's going to be hopefully easier to make the change. We'll just do it in the one place, not change like 20 lines of code in our load method. The more methods that you have to implement, the easier it would be. So at some point, the track button, instead of being a fake door, it should get you into a place to track the specific workout. But that means that our interface would also have a find day by ID or something, which would be returning a workout day. And the more of these methods you have, the more this dependency injection is going to save you time, because the amount of line changes you'll need to do is the same, too. But the more places where you just call these methods, you won't need to change at all. So if this seems like too much work, maybe with just one method, it's because it is. But it's only because we're only using this one method in this one place. If we had 3 other pages using this or other methods, then you can see that you wouldn't want to have like the huge block here that you need to change, another huge block in the other page that you need to change. That's where the dependency injection is gonna save you a lot of time. Maybe in one of the other episodes I can make an example. I can force this example to happen to make it clear, but let me know, maybe you're just sold on this already, so you don't need to do anything else. Right. So next fun thing we'll do is add the markdown. So that's again something that if you don't design the UI, you may miss. Your client isn't gonna say, "Oh, I want to write this in markdown." Like, very unlikely they will say that. But what they may tell you is that you saw them the UI for this. Let me go to the repo to change the description of the lower day. This looks like it's not, it is hot reloading. All right, fair enough. So you may show them this, and they'll say, can I highlight? Can I make it bold? Can I make like a couple things here bold? And then, like as an engineer, you tell them yes. And in your mind, your solution would be markdown to actually achieve this. No client is going to tell you, I want to write markdown. The clients will tell you, I want to make this bold. And a way to achieve this kind of safely is by using markdown. And with it's important to know for later, for the CMS system that we'll have, that some fields will need to support markdown. There are also what they call rich text or portable text or whatever, like they have like quite a few names for it that Sanity supports, where you can embed images, for example. You can do some powerful stuff we'll go over. But with power comes complications, and I do find markdown is a good middle ground for having the content be flexible and having the style be quite flexible, while minimizing how much stuff you need to do as an engineer. When we go to the portable text, the rich text, you'll see how complicated it can be. But markdown, I do think it's reasonable to tell your client you need to add 2 asterisks if you want something to be bold. Like even WhatsApp has like an asterisk to bold feature. So people know of this. It's reasonable to ask people without you needing to do too much work to then emboldened according to markdown rules. Right. All of this to say, you saw this to your client, they're like, oh, I want to make some things bold, and you're like, the solution is going to be markdown, and we're going to be bringing in one of the popular markdown to HTML parsers. There is many complicated ways to do markdown as well. If you have your own blog and you don't want to use Astro, which does some complicated things by default, you may want to say, oh, if I have this element, then it embeds an interactive stack blitz editor or whatever. But if you have like a small use case, my client wants to make some things bold and some things to link to other things, then this marked library may be just what you need. So that's why that's the one we'll be using now. Now, after I have a sip of coffee, WYSIWYG, which stands for what you see is what you get, in Svelte, they are becoming a thing. Definitely. So what you see is what you get, along with Excel spreadsheets, is the thing that people need in software engineering. Like for 20 years, like people want me to take data from spreadsheets and put them in spreadsheets. And the bonus feature is I want to be able to format this text before you put it back into the spreadsheet with what you see is what you get editor. So it will stand the test of time. I do think 2025 is the year of Svelte and the SvelteKit. Let's see how alright I'm gonna be. But I think we'll find it in a lot of production projects, big production projects in 2025. And that will definitely mean even more great libraries that do WYSIWYG, which is what everyone wants, even more libraries that get things from CSV to HTML, even more of those things. Anyway, this chapter is about markdown. So let's bring in the marked library. Do you remember which package manager we're using in this project? It's pnpm for now. And we want to add as a dev dependency the marked dependency here. Bring it in. We know that only the server is going to be using it, so we could add it as a production dependency and have it be external. That may be a bigger subject. Anyway, the way you use it is you just call the parse method on it. So in our hard-coded programs repo, even in line, we could turn this into HTML, I guess. But let's bring in more functionality here. And let's say we have the program, but actually we want to spread it because the days we want to map them. Do we want to spread them? Where did we say we want? In the description fields we want markdown. That's what we said. All right. So we can spread the program because for description we're gonna say that it's gonna be the program.description. Not quite. We're gonna use the marked library here. Is it gonna be automatically imported for me? Nope. Let's see if we can put it here. I think it's a named import, and we can use .parse. But this is a thing that we'll need to await. It's an asynchronous operation. So immediately when I do this, he says, and then nothing changes. I guess it's the markdown here. We need to keep nesting. So it stays. Trying to understand what Copilot wants me to do. We're gonna iterate through the maps, we're gonna iterate with a map. Because we want to return the day as it is, but again, the description, we want to use the markdown parser for it. So immediately when we do that, you see no more asterisks because marked has turned it into HTML. But Svelte by default is trying to prevent us from being hacksorted and will escape the HTML, will not actually try to render it, because if you were trying to render like a script tag that points to like a hacky script or whatever, you may be in problem, you may be in trouble. But let's await this. Await this. And await this. In order to actually say, all right, I know that this is safe. I know that I won't get hacksorted if I try to render this to Svelte. You need to go to exactly that place. So I guess in the workout card. And here, the description, you need to denote that I want you to actually render the HTML that you've got there. So the moment we save that, you can see that we're back to having the fancy text with the emboldened font weight. And similarly, we need to go to our little dialog and say, yeah, this description you need to render. And then you can decide with your client as well, do you want like anything else to be sometimes emboldened, like the notes, like try to feature inject them as much as possible, like save work and complications for yourself. If they're like, oh, I want the notes to have like links, like, do you really want it? Just, you know, let's sit without it and see what happens. But if they do want it like that, then, you know, please the customer. But we won't do it like yet. So all we've done is this description. Are we actually using this one? Oh, we're hardcoding it, so let's use that one too. Let's use it there too. So in the page, program page, this should have a data program name. Use it dynamically here. It looks the same because I named it the same. And the lead is going to be data program description. Again, this needs to be escaped. Which means, how did I type it before? Because I did like it. Which parts did I make strong? Hypertrophy. That's the hypertrophy part. There you go. Son says, earlier in the year, you remember someone said to remove HTML from Svelte completely instead of trusting everyone to make their own decisions. Like we're Apple. Oh, shots fired against Apple. Famously a super private, privacy friendly company, or company that's like, you know, the users will use it wrong. So let's remove the feature that we think they're gonna use wrong. Which, to be fair to Apple, I keep getting TikToks, even though I try to scroll past them, where people are like, you know, my partner is saying their phone is slow, so they open the task manager of the iPhone and they like slide through every app that is active, and they think that is helping the phone go faster, but that's not what happens. It's not like old Android phone where they do have the close all button and you can close all the apps and then they're not in memory and blah blah blah. Closing the apps like that is actually bad for your iPhone and bad for the user experience. That's why Apple doesn't show the button, because it thinks that most users will see the button, press the button, and think that they need to be closing the apps all the time. But that's not what Apple wants. However, that also shows that no plan is foolproof for a determined enough fool, so people will actually close all the apps. This tangent brought to you in regards to should you trust the user. But there's a big difference between the average Apple user, which is like half the world has iPhones. So that's quite a lot of people. And the average software engineer. I think you should put a little more faith into programmers being able to render HTML unescaped if they wish, than if you were to just pick like one of two people on the street you meet. It's like, oh, do you want to render this? Anyway, that's by the by. I do like the way Svelte does it. Famously, React has the dangerously set in their HTML thing to scare you. Again, like a bit of a measure to be a bit user hostile and think that the user is going to mess up and scaremonger him into bringing in some attention. But, you know, there is a balance to strike there. And I do think removing the functionality completely and having you do something only by yourself without the helper that Svelte has would have been the wrong decision. So I'm glad they didn't take it out. The long answer to this very interesting question or anecdote. Right. So what else? Also, like anything can be used maliciously and wrong. Like if we didn't allow any surface area for something bad to happen, then we'd never build anything or get anywhere. You can be too safe. Right. So we've used Markdown. I think that's it. There are many options, like even this thing, even Mark, this library, which is a simplified library compared to other ones, compared to even Markdown it and the unified project for sure. It does have a few things that you can actually mess around with. I think one of them is whether to wrap things in paragraphs, which probably I don't want, but I'll never find it. You can say inline. It's not an option. You need to say parse inline. Who would know this? Who would guess? Naming things is hard. So no extra p tag here. Anyway, doesn't really matter. I think we can move on with our lives. Oh, exciting stuff. We're close to getting to the monorepo stuff. We're close to getting to the CMS stuff, which will mean that we'll need to switch to a monorepo setup, because there are a couple options we could use as a CMS, but the ones I've narrowed it down to is either Sanity CMS and Pocketbase, and the one we're actually going to go through today with is Sanity, because I do think it's a bit simpler. Again, not simple, but simpler than Pocketbase. Maybe Pocketbase would be quite simple if you had watched this video about how to deploy Pocketbase to Fly.io, for example. But most people haven't, so the simplest solution is to use Sanity for this. But joking aside, and shouting out my own content aside, Sanity does take care of where you're gonna host your content platform, your CMS at for you. While Pocketbase needs you to go through a video like this to actually set up where to deploy this. Pocketbase is a much smaller project. It is a cooler project because it's using Svelte for its UI, for example, while Sanity is using React. Oh my god. But Sanity is like a huge, like $1 billion valuation or however much company. And it shows. It has policy, it has sign, it takes a lot of things it takes care of a lot of things for you. So especially in this series where we are trying to go from level 1 to like level 20 in this case as engineers, and all the way down to 99, it does make sense to start by integrating with something like Sanity. It's gonna be simpler, again, not simple, simpler. But in either solution, we want that CMS platform to live alongside our app. How do we do that? In modern software engineering, it's relatively easy. It's simpler than it used to be. We are gonna be working with monorepos. What we've had so far, and of course, as always, link in the description to the source code for this episode. This is a private repository. You do need 25 premium for this, mostly to know how many people are interested in this thing that I do think legitimately saves you, you know, 1 day rate or 2 day rates of value. But not essential to have, because I also want you to code along with me and learn things alongside with me. Anyway, the point is, what we have now is a single repository. Our app is here at the root level. The source code for the one app that we have is here at the source level. Most repositories in GitHub are like this. One repository per app per thing. But what's really popular and what you'll increasingly find, especially in more complicated projects, are repositories that are monorepos, that are an umbrella that holds multiple apps. And that's what we'll need for now. We'll need Gainzatron to actually have the SvelteKit app in one directory, in one part of the code base. And in another part, we'll want to have the CMS, which is going to be Sanity in this case, but it could be Pocket-based or it could be anything else. And in the future, we'll have yet another place where we have the mobile app and maybe the email service, newsletter service, if we had that one. Son says front-end, back-end. That could be complicated if we do the Tori app for mobile, or if we did like a Swift UI app as well. So Tori is a way to do desktop apps, native desktop apps, things code that compiles to a native desktop app or a native mobile app as well. Is that front-end as well? Is that different? We'll see how we'll name our stuff there. But we will have an API as well. So yeah, many apps that we'll have in this monorepo in the future. But naming them could be tricky, because what is frontend nowadays? What is backend? How many backends do you have? Maybe one is the desktop app, like frontend 1? Is the iOS app frontend 2? Is it just iOS? Who knows? Naming things is hard, but we'll get there. Anyway, let's put a timestamp here and actually switch to the monorepo setup. Let's see, I'm excited to do this. Son says, you've used desktop for the Tori app. Cool. Desktop makes sense. I will take another sip of coffee. What's the situation here? We have this one app in this one repo. We want to keep this repo, the Gainzatron repo, but we want to switch it to a monorepo. We want to have another app in here. We want to have our CMS in here. How are we going to do that? Well, what I suggest is first, make sure you've committed every change that you've ever done in your life, or at least in this repository. So let's say that here, iterate through the current workout in the hardcoded So save this, send it to GitHub. This is gonna also trigger Cloudflare, which is our deployment solution here, to actually deploy this. and we will indeed need to be very brave about this. Usually, when I start projects that I know that I'll want to have an external API for, or my own API, but abstracted away into its own service, or I know I'm going to have a native app, or I know I'm going to have the CMS living in the same repository, I do start with a monorepo. It's quite uncommon that I start with a regular repo and then change my mind. I'm like, oh, actually, I'm going to need to switch this. But it does happen. So let's see how we go through today. We're going to let this deploy. Hopefully, it's not going to take too long. Hopefully, it's not going to take too long. Even the tests are excited. Maybe to mention that the cool thing about doing this series is that I get suggestions all the time. I did start using Taze for upgrading dependencies instead of npm check updates, which I like as well. npm check updates allows you to individually check which ones, check as in tick, pick which ones you want to update, which dependencies you want to update if they do have updates, while Taze doesn't. But that doesn't really matter. What I do like is that it solves the naming things problem. Instead of being like, oh, should I call it pnpm update, but that's like a different command, so I can't use that. Should I call it upgrade? That's another command, and it's similar to self upgrade. Like, what am I gonna do? I'm using Taze for upgrading dependencies because it solves that problem, and I'm just calling it whenever I want to upgrade dependencies. I call it pnpm Taze, and that's it. So keep your suggestions on what I should be using here as well. I always learn things from suggestions and comments and discussions in the Discord as well. So this has never failed build ever. But the thing with live demos is that sometimes they do break. But we are cool enough dudes that I'm sure it's all gonna go smoothly. I'm also not paying for the GitHub Actions or Cloudflare, so who knows how far we're queued. And there is also marked. I guess the markdown dependency sometimes... Oh, deployed. Great. No need to fill in space. Everything's worked. Beautiful. Nailed it yet again. Common Johnny W. It's out. You can click around. You can see we have some dynamic data. Again, I can vouch for the legitimacy of this day, the lower one day. But don't try to do the other ones, as I'm not sure if they are accurate. I did half-heartedly just copy-paste them for demo purposes. Offline, I'm going to make them good. So don't worry about that. Anyway, that's deployed. That's in version control. Why are we doing all of this? It's because I want us to be very, very brave. And actually, in the terminal, you see we have a Gainzatron directory, which has this project essentially. But now, like I changed my mind, I want this to be a monorepo. I will go into this directory that has all the Zonify projects here, and I'm gonna clone this repository, the Gainzatron repository. Git clone this. But I'm not gonna do it exactly here. I am gonna create a new directory, call it maybe Gainzatron monorepo, name pending, get in there, and there I'm gonna also create an apps directory, which is a common directory to keep all your little repos inside your monorepo. Am I actually in the correct one? So in here in the Gainzatron monorepo, make a new directory for apps, and inside that Gainzatron monorepo apps directory, that's where I want to git clone the Gainzatron repository. But I don't want to call it Gainzatron again. I want to call it according to what it is, which is a SvelteKit app, which is a web app. So I like the web as the name for the web implementation of your project. So again, like maybe if you had a desktop app, you can name it desktop. Maybe if you had, iOS, you could do that one. If you just had an API, you could call it API. It doesn't really matter. But for this one, I'm gonna clone the repository that we had in this web directory. Great. And then I'm gonna go into that web directory and rmrf.git to remove the version control from that nested directory, because I don't want to mess with like nested version control systems, which are quite horrible. And instead, I want to introduce version control to the root of this new monorepo, which is going to be here, Gainzatron monorepo. But I'll actually set it up with an existing project. We'll do that later. Maybe instead of removing the version control, what a guy, I should have just moved that directory into this. So forget that ever happened. It's too late to forget. But I should have moved from the apps directory, from the web directory, the Git directory to here. That's a better idea. I just thought this up, but it's too late now. But I can thankfully find the same Git directory from. Should I just do it again? Yeah. So for learning purposes, let's do it again. So in the apps directory, let's remove the web directory and git clone again. Great. And now let's move from the apps web git, the version control, move it here. So now immediately it knows that we're referencing this guy. And it knows that we've done like a million changes because we moved like a million things. But that's fine. We'll solve it. What else do we need? We can open VS Code already in this directory, but it may flip out because it doesn't have pre-tier set up. It doesn't have quite a lot of the plugins, the JavaScript plugins that we do have. But it's gonna work enough for us to be able to change a few things. We do need a package.json in the root directory, so maybe we can just copy that one. It would be easier. Once you have one thing in that root directory, we'll be able to copy things a bit more easier. And let's copy the README as well. Here. And yeah, I won't write too much here. But for the root package.json, we won't be having these exact scripts. We will keep the format thing and do prettier stuff. So maybe that prettier config actually. So prettier config, bring that in. That does mean that we do need the dependencies for the prettier plugin Svelte and the prettier plugin Tailwind CSS. Something to remember. ESLint, do we really want ESLint at this level? I'd say no. We may change it later. We will want a way to run all the tests. So let's keep that, I guess. And we will want a way to upgrade dependencies, but that days library, in order to work with workspaces, You need to pass a flag, which is it like workspace or group, or what is it? Ah, that's R for recursive. Great. So dev dependencies, it's only going to be dev dependencies here. We don't need the font, we don't need Playwright, we don't need Svelte, we don't need Tailwind stuff, we don't need ESLint, auto prefixer, bits UI, nothing. No ESLint, no, 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 no. We do want prettier and prettier plugins, Svelte and Tailwind CSS, as mentioned. And we do want tails, like no reset, no Svelte, no Tailwind. Tails for upgrading dependencies, yes. TypeScript, probably not. So that's it. And we can still say that this runs on like Node 23.1. That's fine. And we can keep the Node version file here too. Cool. And we will want a git ignore for sure. So maybe just copy that git ignore here. And maybe let's copy the prettier ignore here too on the root level. And let's review the git ignore. So this should be anywhere it has test results or node modules should be ignored. Anything that starts with output or vercel should also work. Wise things, usually you should have like a git ignore global to ignore them and not do it like this, like a noob. But I guess that's one of those things where most people just don't do it. So I think this should hit the correct things. Good. And then in this packagization, we can name this app like repo web something, or @repo web. It's a common convention. And in order to make pnpm know that this is a monorepo, I think I have a link here, we need to specify a pnpm workspace YAML. It looks like this. So let's create it. Interestingly, they don't have like the most common way to do this. But hey. So pnpm does workspace YAML. And we can say that anything that's in packages, a direct child in packages, or a direct child in apps is going to be its own app, its own repository. Good. Since I had like the tails open and it does have pnpm workspaces as well, let's see what they're doing. Oh, interesting. Didn't expect that. Don't know what I expected, but that wasn't it. Anyway, all of this should mean that if I pnpmi now, does this need its own prettier dependency? I guess it doesn't. So the monorepo is taking care of the prettier stuff. What else is the monorepo taking care of? Days, yes, so no days here on this level. Great. What else? That's it. All right. So in theory, if I pnpm install now in the monorepo, it should recursively go and hit the web app the same as before. It's saying all 2 workspace projects, but there is only one really. All right, so it should have installed Prettier on the root. I guess it has like the root repository and then the app. And then if I do go into apps web and run the dev server, it should be able to run it because it installed the dev dependency there. And it seems like it works. But we must be missing something. Dev dependencies, .env. We don't have a .env for recent, so that's the thing I should copy over as well. Song says, you don't see the point of Prettier. Wow. TypeScript tends to remember your settings where Prettier doesn't. I've never heard this before. Prettier is critical for me, as I've said quite a few times. The Prettier will know, like if I always save, and if something is not saving, I'll be like, oh, I have like an error somewhere. So I even use Prettier as like a linting solution there. But I cannot imagine that TypeScript is catching anything formatting related. So I can see, of course, TypeScript being the one to catch something like this, where you wrote the code wrong, or I wrote the code wrong. But TypeScript is not going to be catching the formatting or making it consistent. I guess if it's like, why do you want the formatting to be consistent if you're working just for yourself, if you're not working with anyone else? Then, okay, that's fair enough. But it's one of those habits where you should, I think, I find it nice to work on my own like this. Because if for work I had to have the extra step of like Prettier, if I didn't like it, then I'd feel bad, more bad doing work instead of regular stuff by myself. I don't know, I'll need to think about this because that's a wild take, I would say. I never expected this. But yeah. Right, so in the web project, we don't need taste anymore. We have the test stuff, maybe we have the lint stuff. We don't need to specifically format stuff in this repository. And that's it. So we've proven that this runs. We have like this Wrangler directory for some reason, interestingly enough. I wonder why. Like, it's a Cloudflare thing. Let's ignore it. Let's ignore it. And of course, we also have the VS Code directory stuff, where I do specify some extensions that I do think you should download. And you get, if you check out this repo, you'll get the suggestion to install them. Including Playwright, which the VS Code extension is excellent, and Prettier. And just a few spelling things, so you don't get annoyed with squiggly underlines. So let's put that to the root of the project. And the GitHub actions, which run the Playwright tests, should also be at the root of the project. And what else? The build is happening. We can try the build just to make sure. Everything else should be happily nested now. But we needed the .env. I was so shook, I forgot. So in the... Let's copy it over from OG Gainzatron. We can just get the .env and put it in apps web there. And let's also get the .env.local. And then surely that's gonna work. There you go. We're back. We're back, baby. And that's instructions that I did have in the README. So it's all good. Son says between the Svelte server and TypeScript server and prettier settings are constantly getting beaten up. I never find this. I do find this a lot with ESLint, for example. ESLint is the one that I've decided to give an up on. But I am showing it because it's popular and maybe other people will want to see me wrangle with it. I don't know. Interestingly enough, eagle-eyed viewers may notice that it's the only one that doesn't have the carré. That means get any version, even if it's higher from the one we have. Any version that's still 9. Because 9.15 does have a problem where it does incorrectly warn or just breaks if you have the TypeScript ESLint plugin, which of course we do. Because I guess they changed something and then it expects an options array and then it's not given array. Anyway, like the ESLint, mostly it gives me problems. So that's the one that I'm dropping. Not prettier. Prettier, I cannot understand it. I need to think about this offline and probably have tea for like the first time in my life to calm down and think about this reasonably. Of course, I'm joking. Just that we are already 2 hours in, so maybe my jokes are getting worse. Who knows? Can they get any worse? Anyway, rambling aside, move along. Move along, Johnny. So yeah, we needed this totem thing is in the README. I do specify the things you need to actually get the app running. It's all good. An annoying thing is why do I need to go into like the app's web directory and in here run like the build step? That kind of sucks. Why do I need to go there to run the thing? Why I need to go there to run the linting or the formatting or the whatever? And the answer is you shouldn't. And you can get around this with scripts, even if you're just using pnpm to manage your workspaces. But actually, we're going to use something by Vercel called Turborepo that is also leveraging caching to make some of the steps that the tasks that you're going to be running a bit faster. So it's not actually going to run the tests if you haven't changed the file before. Of course, as we know, caching also introduces problems. So you need to remember, for example, to specify the environment variables that you're going to be using for Turborepo to build again. Let's see that part. Yeah, to recap, like with these easy 239 file changes, which are gonna be smaller because for most of them, it thinks that we've deleted a file and wrote another file, but in reality, if you actually persist this, it will know that you just moved them from one place to the next. That means that we could commit this and transition into pushing this bravely into our repository here and move on with our lives. There is an npmrc, which we should probably put at the root level as well. But I am going to do the extra step and also do the Turborepo setup. And that's the thing we're going to commit. And then, remember, we'll need to also tell Cloudflare or whichever deployment solution you have, if it's one of those like GitHub integration, one-click deploy thing, you'll need to say, actually, the directory of this project is not the root anymore. It's hidden inside the apps directory. So one more remaining step for that to fully work. Cool. Timestamp for Turborepo already added. How come? Let's switch to Turborepo. It's claiming we can install it globally, but we won't. But at the root of the repository, we need to do add ww dash workspace root. I think it's just the -w flag. You very rarely need to add dependencies in the workspace root. That's why there is an extra flag you need to pass. That's what this workspace root thing is about. They are claiming also add it globally. And they have like, I guess, a blog post that talks about why you should do it. Anyway, we're not gonna do it. We're not gonna read. We're here to lead, not read. So we keep going. They want us to create a turbo.json file, which feels reasonable. So let's do it. Acceptable. And in there, I'm using Vite to build, not Next.js. Stop trying to make Turbo Pack happen. So I guess the outputs are going to be this. Not sure. May need to change this. Anyway, check types. That's like a task that they made up, which I don't like. And the dev task, which I do like, it's saying never casted, and it keeps running on the background. So whatever you define here as a task, it's gonna try to find all the apps in this monorepo and try to run the command. So if we did have like a check types thing, which I guess we do, but we name it something else. Maybe it's like check. Anyway, like no unneeded things. The dev command is the most common one we're gonna be using here. Specifying it as a task on Turborepo. We won't actually be doing this. It's saying add something to our git ignore plus turbo. We can do it without copy paste. Great. A package manager, if we don't have it already. We have it already. We do not have it. So package manager, new field, pnpm add 9.12.3. Is that the correct version? Yep. And then we can run as many tasks as we want. So instead of the dev server from inside that nested directory, let's try to pnpm. That's not gonna work. So in here, our dev command in the root of the repository, we want it to be turbo dev. And the build is gonna be turbo build, and we're not gonna have like a preview. And I guess tech is the one that we want. Yeah, let's call it like turbo check, whatever. Format, it's fine. Lint, maybe you can run this with turbo as well. Yeah, let's have like a turbo lint. And the tests, would they just be, let's just call it turbo test. Should we have the test browser too? Maybe. Yeah, doesn't matter. Right, so we have these guys in our turbo.json. We should specify the other ones we made up. So what did they say about their check thingy? Do they have anything fun? It says it depends on the other, the higher up repos, the check types. But I guess we won't be using that one. So no extra options for this one, I suppose. What else do we want? Lint. No extra options. and test. And I think that's it. So back to here at the root of the repository pnpm dev now is correctly starting the SvelteKit server. Great. And we will make it so it will start our CMS server as well. That's at the root of the repository. That's the big win that we're trying to accomplish here. So the other thing, let's see if the tech command actually works. It works in 6 seconds almost. And the cool thing with Turborepo is that it knows that we didn't change any files. So now every time we run it, it's gonna go full turbo. And it's gonna run it like immediately, almost instantly. And it's the same thing with like the test command or anything like that, which I do like because that's an actual use case where sometimes I will forget if I did run the tests or not, or when did I run it. And having something know that, oh, I've run this before and I didn't change any files, and then it just does this instead of waiting for rerunning them for like 12 seconds. That's good. So that's one of the reasons to use Turborepo. Get a bit extra time for coffee breaks. But the other tricky thing is environment variables. So we need to specify that when some things in the environment change, then you should also try to rebuild. So maybe the code is the same, but I changed my recent API key, and that will appear as an environment variable in the build step. But you need to tell Turbo that if that environment variable changes, then you should bust the cache and try to build again. That's actually an important change. So that's what we need to do here. And I wonder, we could say, it doesn't load them, great. And if I specify it here, I could say that if I change my .env.test, it signifies that probably I've changed, I have like another environment variable. But does it look at the file now? How does it know? How would it know? Because here it's just an environment. Is it like a special case for them? Ah, it's a different key. Global dependencies. Sure. Right, so in Turbo JSON, global dependencies. If any of these things change, then try the task again. Would that work? Let's find out. So if I go to my .env.test, we know that we're gonna add sanity API key or something here. Will it hit the cache? Shouldn't. And it doesn't. Great. Beautiful. Right. So that's great. That's good. That's fantastic. That's one way to remember to bust the cache when something's happening, when you've changed your .env.test. But you should also be thorough. Frangelo asks, do I use browser mode for VTest unit component test? or do they run in Node? They run in Node, and I don't bring in anything like Happy DOM or whichever, because as it stands now, v-test tests, well, I think we only have like a simple test that it's just like a 1 + 1 = 2. But even in real projects, usually the v-test tests are only TypeScript, like backend logic tests, like utility method tests. They're not component tests. All my component tests are the Playwright tests. And there used to be a time where I did have like Jest or even v-test use React testing library or Svelte testing library and run some component tests in there. But that time is like a couple of years ago now. The component tests, I do run them with Playwright nowadays. We'll see. In this project, I think it's extremely unlikely we'll use v-test for component tests, and we'll keep using v-test for like the utility test for things like format this date or something, or format this currency value, or like convert kilograms to pounds or something like that. And for the rest, for the component tests, we'll try to do stuff in Playwright. Right, so let's see if we'll remember this. Maybe I can just get them from here. And in Turbo.json, there is another array of stuff for global env. And it's gonna be this. So now it will also explicitly check the values in the environment for if these have changed or not. So if in the GitHub action or in Cloudflare I change this, it will rebuild. This is the common problem that we may have had. Great. Turborepo automatically adds prefix wildcards to your .env key for common frameworks, including this. Oh, Sanity Studio. That's neat. And it's saying that with SvelteKit, if we did have like a public underscore, it will automatically try to find them. And for Sanity, it will automatically find the Sanity-Studio ones. So underscore studio or whatever. Great. We don't have any because these are like the client side ones. But Sanity Studio, I think, will have them. So that's good to know. That's a new feature, I think. That's neat. Right, so quite a lot of stuff on environment variables. Again, a tricky subject. When you want to hit the cache all the time, you introduce more problems that you need to solve, but it's worth it for the time save. If you do it correctly, it's good. But I think we'll have a small break. No, let's finish this. Not done. So 240, like uneven 240 changes. Let's say move things around. Switch to monorepo setup. Switch to monorepo architecture, even cooler. Commit everything. And push and hope for the best. I'll push with this button. Let's see how it works. So you could also do this in like a branch, maybe the less brave way to do it. But here we're just pushing to main. So immediately this becomes like a monorepo and we have something here. And if it works, I'm going to be, well, I will not believe it. Because we definitely want to tell Cloudflare now that our pages side that used to be, oh no, our pages side now lives in a subdirectory. Cloudflare. Verify you are human. Pass this time. Two-factor. All right, so we are in Cloudflare. In the very first episode, we've created the Gainzatron project. It has failed deployment. Makes sense, because we need to change a couple things. The repository is the same, but the root directory, advanced, maybe if we had started from here, it would have picked it up by itself. Do I need to select SvelteKit? I'm gonna cancel because it was working before. Yeah, so all of these are correct. We know that they worked. All we need to do is specify that now the path should be this. Save. And this should not trigger rebuild. If I retry, will it just work? Yeah, root directory has changed. Thankfully, this is encrypted. Great. Beautiful. So this is gonna work, and it's a great time to take my break as well. So catch you in just a bit. We're back, and of course deployment did succeed because we're awesome. Visually it's the same because we didn't add any feature, but what we did was switch from the single repo to the monorepo setup. So instead of our app living at the root of this GitHub repository, it now lives in apps/web. And we needed to specify to Cloudflare, because we're deploying to Cloudflare pages, that actually we've changed this thing. Our app actually lives in this root directory under apps/web, and Cloudflare deployed perfectly, as expected. What happened here though? The Playwright tests. We forgot something. So there is a couple things there. We need to tell Playwright what the root directory should be. And also specify when we have built artifacts, when the tests fail, we've told Playwright to capture a video and then upload it somewhere where we can review it. It's super handy. We need to say that actually this directory is somewhere else now. So let's do that here. Maybe I'll need to find a better name for this. And what's the option? GitHub actions work directory or something. Directory. Just working directory? I guess so. So the Playwright action, we want this one, have a working directory, close, apps web. An expected value, it says. Let's look at one of my millions of other projects. I think this one is a single. No, it is a monorepo. Everything is a monorepo. When in doubt, I just make it a monorepo nowadays. So it needs defaults, I suppose. So many jobs. One of them is a test job. This one, which runs Playwright, needs a defaults to run in the working directory of apps web. That's what we need to specify. That tells Playwright, actually have your root be this. Good. Excellent. The other thing is that what do we need to upload here? Even though this caught me out, because we are saying that the working directory is this. So shouldn't this be relative to the working directory? The answer is no, according to the spec. So you actually need to specify that the path is also nested here. The path should be like absolute from the root of the monorepo, not of the working directory. I don't know why, but that's the spec. So that should take care of everything. The Playwright action should run after getting into the SvelteKit app. And if there are any failures, it will upload the artifacts, the videos from this directory. Great. And I will keep it a separate commit. So I do think this will work. And we've seen how to transition from a single repository to a monorepo. Remember to change options as well in your deployment provider like Cloudflare or Vercel. And also if you have actions like the Playwright action, also say, well, you're supposed to get into the front end and run the tests from there. Those are the two things to keep in mind. And that should make this just work. We'll have a look. It hasn't immediately failed, so it must be fine. Yeah, if it can install the browsers, it means it got in the correct place. Can start the SvelteKit. Everything is awesome. Everything is awesome. So this would be an excellent cutoff point, and ideally, if I was working in a real project with a real client, this would be a great cutoff point for them as well. I would deploy this, have the client see it, and let me know how they want me to update this, what else should we work on next, all of that stuff. Take some time to reflect if this is the data that you want to be exposing, if these are the important things you want to persist. Take a bit of time to look at your metrics, which pages are people actually getting on, if you do have fake doors, like having this track or something, the download page or whatever. See, do people click on anything? Do they actually get to this page? Does it even matter? Take some time to reflect, no need to rush through it. But for this live stream, we are actually going to go to the next super complicated step, where we are going to be integrating with CMS. So again, I would realistically save this for, at least the next day and most likely the next week, so client can review, can think about it together, the data models. But for learning purposes, to give a good live stream today for everyone, we will switch to the meat of the subject, which is integrating with Sanity CMS. Sanity is specifically our choice for this app to be the CMS, our source of truth. Oh, the reductions worked. As far as this app is concerned, maybe if I wasn't doing it for learning purposes, I would go for something else. We definitely need a more flexible way to keep our data for our programs, if that's going to be one of the popular things that people are going to be wanting from this app, to see this week's program and everyone tracks their performance into this week's workout or array of workouts. Then it may make more sense to persist this in your own database, a database that you own, like Cloudflare has D1, or Turso has SQLite, or Supabase has their Postgres instance. There are many solutions there. And if you want to own this data and maybe try to do like some clever things like similarity of exercises, like AI stuff, I don't know, LLM stuff, RAG, the retrieval augmentation generation, retrieval augmented generation. Anyway, if you want to do any clever things with LLMs, it may make more sense to store this into an SQLite database. But I think a very realistic scenario for one of your first projects, if you've upgraded from doing static websites or mostly static websites, is to offload the content to your client. And for that, that's the reason we're gonna show the Sanity CMS integration. Even though for this specific app, having the complexity of your own database may be better in the long term, I think for most projects, you just want something where there is a professional looking, simple CMS that your client may use and update the data as they please. So we're going to integrate with Sanity specifically in order for the client to be able to actually without us being in the middle and needing a code deployment or anything like that. They can go somewhere and say, all right, for this week, the workouts are going to be lower 1, upper 1, blah, 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 or name them differently, or specify different exercises, or do whatever. That's the idea for today. Again, the biggest enemy is analysis paralysis. At some point, you need to go and make a decision. But in this stage, if you're transitioning from the mostly static website to the one that deals with dynamic data, I would strongly advise take a day off and think about the data model, what you want to actually have be dynamic there the next day. But you can always pause the live stream, think about it, and then move on the next day. So if you're following along, again, this is a big increase in complexity of what we're doing. We're going to be integrating with a third party for the CMS. And I mentioned earlier in the stream, we're going with Sanity because it's super professional, super good. There is another live stream where we've went through all of this, dedicated to actually making things work with Sanity. So have a look at that one if you'd like. If you want to go with Pokerbase, which is another cool CMS solution that you have a bit more ownership on, but less customization, interestingly enough, I have a short video on how to deploy this on Fly.io or anywhere that you can deploy node images. So that's about it about sorting out my own stuff. But it's time to get to coding. So we have a monorepo now. We've done this transition in order to also have what they call a Sanity Studio in the project, which is quite cool. And you'll think it's cool as well once we have it running. They have a wizard much like the SvelteKit wizard that we can run with pnpm create. We just need to go to the correct directory. So in our Gainzatron monorepo, or I guess, since we've managed to push stuff to the OG Gainzatron, if we just git pull, then this should mostly work. No, it explicitly worked. Like with, as you can see, a lot of renames. We just moved a lot of things from source to like the nested directory. So easy, nothing to be scared of. Even if you went with like a single repo, not the end of the world. Not that much work to switch on a monorepo. And we're switching to a monorepo because we want to go to our apps directory, which just has the web app, the SvelteKit app, and we want to run the Sanity wizard in order to create the CMS as well. So let's see what they're gonna ask us. Hopefully they will ask us where do we want the directory to be. I'm already logged in with the project that we created in the previous live stream, RadiantKit. Now let's create a new project. The name is going to be Gainzatron. Content will be stored in a dataset that can be public or private, depending on whether you want to query your content with or without authentication. The default dataset configuration has a public dataset named production. I would say that private is better because it stops malicious third parties from doing stuff with your data, but I think there is going to be another way to do this by only allowing specific domains to query your data, but I'm not sure. I am almost certain that private datasets are a paid feature, so that's one of the ways they get you Sanity. But still, I do think they're a great value, or else I wouldn't have been talking about them. But yeah, public dataset named production sounds great. And where do we want to put this? I hope that this is going to be relative, and I can just say CMS. And it's saying here a movie project, a blog, a clean project with no predefined schema types, or an e-commerce Shopify style website. Let's just do the blog. It feels like it will be more like a blog. Do you want to use TypeScript? Yes. npm installing stuff. All right. And it's saying enter this directory and run pnpm dev to run Sanity Studio, which we will not do. We'll actually go up a directory and run pnpm dev there and hope for the best. So it is starting the SvelteKit app, and it is starting Sanity Studio on this port 3333. There you go. There you go. And interestingly, I guess that's one of the ways we could, since we did get the Gainzatron domain, again, you can do the trick of using the aliased email address to squeeze out another trial period if you really want to. But realistically, that would be a good way to set things up for your client and then hand over the email address to them, have it forward to their account, and move on with your life. As it stands with me, just for this project, just to see, just to keep things nice with Sanity, just because I think it's a cool project. I am going to use my proper account. And I'm not sure if I got like the premium access trial because I created a new project with private datasets or whatever, or because I accidentally created like a new account. Not sure. Anyway, you can see that this thing running on localhost is contacting like a real thing on the cloud to do the authentication stuff. And you would be able to press invite members here in order to say, you know, whoever your client is, maybe you want to make them an admin actually, or maybe just an editor to start with. You would be able to put their email address there, and then you send the invite, and then they're able to start adding content, which is awesome because this looks super professional already. What do we actually get here? We get the content that our web app, the SvelteKit web app, is supposed to be rendering. But this is completely custom. We define this. It's just that the Sanity wizard, we chose for it to define a few schemas for us to get that to get us started. So we have like the blog posts, we have the authors, and we have the categories. Just to see where we start. But that's not exactly what we want, but we can get inspiration from them. We know that we'll have workout days that, we know that we'll have exercises that will become workout exercise when they are inside a workout day. Workout days will be inside workout weeks. And that's kind of it, I guess. But we'll need to define that schema ourselves. Let's see what we got code-wise. Probably, we got like quite a few files. So we did manage to hit correctly the CMS directory here. Great. It does have an ESLint configuration too, interestingly enough. Let's run a prettier format. Which did hit quite a few things. Interestingly enough. I wonder why. Well, don't think too hard about it. Pretty RC is here. So, it feels like those are things that maybe the Tailwind, the Prettier plugin changed. There's another reason for Prettier. Prettier will also align your Tailwind classes. Anyway, maybe reload this window because it's flipping out. And for some reason, did I move the .m file instead of copying it? I guess I did. I guess I did. What a guy. So let's copy it back. So did I have like a move? Is it how it works with like copying files? It actually moves them if they're like secret? Surely not. All right, so we're back here. Let's talk about what we got in the CMS project. I guess this is the Next.js server building stuff. Got a TS config. It's doing quite a few things, including transpiling JSX. The Sanity config, which interestingly enough doesn't have these be environment variables. They should be. Sanity advises against having different data sets between your local development and production. There are some blog posts about it, so maybe you don't really need them, but at some point we will need an API key, surely. Anyway, the CLI as well, project ID, hard-coded here, probably should be an environment variable. The README has a bit of information. Congratulations, here's what you should be reading next, sir. This, we can scope it, like it doesn't really matter what you do here. But in a monorepo, I do like the names of the sub packages to be @repo and then the name of the package. So I will use repo CMS version 1, who cares? Unlicensed, sure. The dev server starts like this, builds like this, deploys like this, interesting. Has a keyword, has a few dependencies, including React. This is using React, crazy. Sanity itself, style components, haven't used those in a while, and some dev dependencies, including like the Prettier and all of that. Prettier can be at the root of the project, you don't need to do anything here. Cool. It has the Prettier config here, which we won't be messing with. So let's run it again. All right, that's better. What else do I want to do, if anything? We have an ESLint. Who knows what that's going to do. The schema types that we'll talk about. So defining the schema types here is what makes these things available in the UI and how we'll be able to add posts and stuff, workout days, all of those things. Great. And I guess that's about it. Let's pick this README. And I want to say this again. In this README, I don't want all of that. Do I have the Sanity website? Yes, so that's fine. So this is the CMS project. sanity.io. I hope Copilot will figure out the autocompletion here. No? Copilot flipped out with the switch to the monorepo. All right, so we've successfully created our Sanity Studio. Bang, 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 bang. Let's define the content schema. 3 hours in, we're doing well. We're doing well. So we have the Gainzatron CMS running locally. We are able to add posts and authors and categories, but that's not the content that we want in our app. Our app is like a fitness app, and we want to have programs that have workout weeks, which have workout days, which have exercises and all of that. So that's another instance where I will advise caution and for you to take some time to really think about the schema. Like ideally, I would talk to the client and would go like offline and show them like diagrams and be like, oh, I'm thinking about this. And do some mock-up sketches or some mock UI work with them, pair program essentially with them to actually understand what the schema should be. Take your time here. Taking more time here to think will save you time in the implementation later, because it is easier to roll with the pandas and change things when things are just TypeScript types than it is going to be after you've already uploaded a lot of content in your app. But we're doing the live stream and we're going to be defining the content type for a while. They have this block content thing that looks a bit crazy, which is actually a thing that other content types have when we want to work with rich text. They also call it portable text at some other places, but here they call it block content just to keep us on our toes. Anyway, that's the part that we won't be messing around with just yet. It is just saying what is allowed to be available in the what you see is what you get editor. I guess we can have a look. A post, I could create like a new post, and then you can see that it has a title, it has a slug, blah, 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 images. This body is block content or portable content or whatever they want to call it. This is the what you see is what you get stuff. This is the stuff that I can make bold. I can turn things into headers. I can embed images. All of these things are defined in this block content type of thing. And the cool thing is that you can add your own custom stuff. So if you're like, oh, I want to embed a YouTube video or a GIF or a GIF of the workout being done for the icon, you can add it here. And you can do all sorts of cool things like that. And that's something that you cannot customize with Pocket Base. It's much easier to customize what the UI of the CMS is. And I do think it really differentiates you as a developer if you deliver this to the client. If you understand the data model and you gave them a nice CMS, professional CMS like this, you're golden. I think you'll be doing well. Anyway, what does the post look like? So the post, this is like an identifying name, I guess, and then it's the nice title that you have. And I guess it's a document type. There are quite a few types that Sanity has already built in without you needing to customize something. And then it has quite a few fields as they appear on the CMS. So even this little touch in that, oh, you can have the title second and then you can have the slug. You can, according to what your client likes or what you like, you can slide this around and define what should be possible. There is a special field for slugs that can actually look at another property and then create a slug based on it. Neat. There are relationships as well. So a post can have an author as a reference, and it goes to look into the author definition here. It can have a main image, which is an image type. It can have categories, which is an array of things. We're gonna take inspiration for lots of those to create our thing. So let me double check. I have put in a timestamp. This one we won't use anymore. I have. So let's think again. Or let's look at our TypeScript type in the hardcode in the interface. So our program's repo interface, we said that we have an exercise, which has a name, a tutorial, equipment, and unilateral, which is interesting. Workout exercises are exercises with extra fields that belong in workout days, that belong in workout blocks, that belong in workout days, that belong in workout weeks. So maybe the first thing to define is the exercise type here. So let's copy the author field and name it exercise. And exercise. And will this magically appear here? No, is the answer. Because the schema types has an index here where you import the things that you want to be available in the UI, I suppose. So we can import the exercise. And now it should hot reload to appear. And there you go, we have something. Can I delete this blog post? Can I delete forever? Who knows? Because at this point, I just want to expose the exercise. And I think this is kinda mobile friendly as well. So if I open a new tab, can actually see what we got here. So that's neat, that's cool, that's awesome. Oh, the blog content, that should also exist, I guess. If you don't have it, then you're in trouble for the rich text. All right, good. Our exercise, what should it have? It should have a name, a tutorial, equipment, and is unilateral. So tutorial, I guess it can also not be its own resource. It should have a slug, I suppose. It could have an image. What does hotspot do? Let's see. I think it's about zoom in, like if you're trying to create a thumbnail. Yeah, so if you upload an image and you have hotspot, then it will crop it correctly, I guess. Fair enough. Yeah, so we may have like an image, maybe not. Like we won't have an image for now. You can add it later. We won't have a bio. And when we're watching main images, what would we want to see? I guess their title, because we don't have icons for now. And they have a tutorial which looks like something. And they have exercise. So I think in the post we had the categories thing, which were an array of things. And you do have the categories, which are their own thing somewhere else. I see. So maybe this should be, tutorials should also be like that. So what did we call it? Equipment. type is array. Can I get what the types are? Possible types. What are the possible types? Let me know. Then you can create your custom ones, but I just want a list of what they are. Besides like string, because I want to see if they have something that makes it like easy to toggle something like, or have like a tip, something like that. Doesn't matter, something to look offline, I guess. The title is equipment, and it's gonna reference the equipment type that we need to have. I guess I'm trying to think, do we need like an equipment type, or should it just be like a checklist? So without making it be a different thing, you can say it's an array of this without having it be a reference to something else. Great. So without referring to something else, it can be an array of strings, surely. And then, does it just have like value? Does it say string? Is enum a type? Oh, there you go. Barbell, dumbbell, kettlebell, machine. Enum. Unknown type, enum. Not a real thing. GitHub Copilot, you made this up. List. There you go. But how do we pass the options? Type array and just options. Yeah, maybe. And then it's like list. And then it's these options. And then we still need type string. And it can just be their values, I guess, or a title and value. All right. And we also want the tutorial. Which is going to be an array, not checkboxes. No, it's not going to be an array. What is it going to be? document. Yeah. It's going to be a document. It's going to have a few fields. That's going to be an array. And the type here should be link, I guess. Feels like a real thing. Unknown type. Other types. There you go. Schema types here. URL. Geopoint is a thing. Interesting. Universal resource location. A known type URL, it says. Is it like lower scored? It's just trolling me. Okay, so the type is URL. Great. And I think that's it. Name tutorial. And it's unilateral. Which is a boolean. There you go. Boolean. Toggle. So maybe at the top, I can say define field name is unilateral, title. This one's going to be different, but the type is boolean. All right, and now I think we have everything. And not too bad. I do think this looks like quite professional, I'll say again, with not much. Maybe the authors, like, you know, if you keep using Jeff Nibbert or something, you can just use them here. You can have a reference to the authors, I guess. Like, you can have an object on the author. But not a big deal. Can you specify placeholders? Maybe, like on any field. Let's see. Not a real thing. So descriptions appear like this. And yeah, cool. So many things you can add there. Right, so an exercise has a name, has a slug, blah, blah, blah. Let's see, what's the one we have here? For leg day. The first one is the spot, of course. And I guess it's the barbell spot. Hey, it will generate it. It's a barbell exercise. And let's say we have a link to Alan Troll. ChatGPT suggested this one. If you want a quick look, like see this half-an-hour video of this exercise. And we can publish this, great. But that's just the start. Because we know that an exercise can be a workout exercise when it's inside a workout block, when it's inside a workout day, when it's inside a workout week. So how would we go about this? That's a good question. So when we've prescribed an exercise in the day, let's have a look at the... I was going to say, let's have a look at the UI, but this is just crashed. Rudely crashed. Summer, my beautiful puppy dog, is here. Came here to nest. Anyway, a bit more focus. Can do it. Restore the pages, please. So, when it's inside a workout day, an exercise is not just a name and a tutorial. It also has how many sets, working sets I want you to do, how many reps should you leave in reserve, a featured weight by a featured athlete or something, and then some notes. So how do we define that? I guess we'd want to define a workout day that has a workout exercise like this. I guess. So let's see. So we have the exercise. Let's say workout day. And the name is going to be workout day. And one of the fields should be a reference. Now the workout day itself has a name and a description. Does it need a slug? Probably not. Maybe yes. Does it have like a created at date? Maybe not. Should it have a slug? Should it just be its ID? I don't know. There are questions to figure out offline. I will keep it for now. It will definitely not have the booleans and stuff. Yeah, none of these things. Yeah, I'd say like slug if I show this to the client and they get confused. So why confuse them? But I do want it to have a description indeed. Do they have a type test text? Oh, they do. Also have it be blog content, but we don't want the WYSIWYG. We just want to do this and know that we can use markdown. So yeah, so description in this case is a text. I guess this should be the same thing in an exercise. Does an exercise have a description? I said no. Should it have a description? Maybe. I guess yes, wouldn't hurt. Maybe the tutorial is what you need. Yeah, maybe the tutorial is what you need. Maybe not. You could have like S tier, tier ratings, like something like that. But hey. In any case, the workout day does have descriptions too. For sure. What else does it have? Blocks. All right. The blocks are workout blocks, which have workout exercises. So what's that about? They are definitely arrays. So let's copy this one. So let's say they're called blocks. They're array of document the array of document, and a document has fields, and the fields have a name, or do they not? What are the fields? The blocks are just they have a type, yeah, of options again. So this one, but just select, so it could be something else. Object and document are different. No semantic difference between them. Right, so text doesn't look correct. I guess it's gonna be a string from specific values from a list. I guess. We need to add validation to all of them. It's good to know. So workout day has what does it have? It has a document that has fields. All right, and then we need to define the field like this. Great. But actually, we want to define it like this, like the equipment. Ugh, it happened again. Close in Chrome. But we're getting there. So in the Sanity Studio, we have the exercise, we have the squat, and it has this checkbox, I guess. That's not exactly the one we have. Because it's not an array, it's a type of string, and it's gonna be like type, and the list, it's gonna be whatever we had here. And that's it, I guess. And the default is gonna be how do I specify default? Doesn't? Yes, not. Initial value. Initial value general. And yeah, so it's gonna be cool to see at some point. So they have a type. It's one of the fields. And the other one is gonna be a reference, right? So let's look at the post. The post has a reference to the authors, like this. So the workout day has a type, but also has a reference to the exercise. And also has the extra fields that we have here that the workout exercise has. So sets number reps. So that's interesting because it has like the min max. Could be two things. So we need to be clever there. So it has the exercise, it has a field for sets, it's a number, great. It has reps, which we will make an object or a document. What was the difference again? I guess object in this case. Do it for me. Type is going to be object. And then the fields are gonna be min max. Great, thank you. So Son asks, do I ever pay attention to static analysis? Tools, software as a service that do static analysis of your code and would probably define as, hey, you're calling this thing like many times, can you refactor it to something? I've never found a place where that has helped, but I've never been in places like Meta where I've been in talks by Meta and in Facebook offices where I always ask questions and I'm always surprised when they tell me, well, this GraphQL field, we're measuring the difference it makes to add it or not add it in like nanoseconds or something like crazy. So like not even milliseconds, like they are at that level, well, where they want to optimize like that. Or at least that's what they say when I talk to them during conferences, and I believe them. I'm not that into the weeds when it comes to performance. To me, I want to annoy the engineers I work with the least, and I already annoy them when it comes to writing meaningful tests. So if I add a tool that does analysis like this and tell them, well, you should refactor like this, extract it out or whatever, I think I will annoy them more, and then they'll have less patience for the things that I'm more passionate about. So that's another reason why I like using Playwright for the accessibility assurance as well. Even though dedicated tools like Axlinder or something like that in the automation, like Pali or something, would be better for accessibility, realistically, I need to fight enough to get people to write more tests. that if I were to on top of them tell them, well, not only do you need to write tests, you also need to use this tool to ensure that the accessibility of our app is like better or whatever, they will not budge. They will start not caring. So I'm focusing on, let's do the tests right. Let's make the tests more meaningful. Let's make them as likely as they can be to help us with accessibility too, instead of adding another tool to make maybe the code quality better or the accessibility better in that front. So in your question about those tools, I can see the place where they have some value, but for me, I just don't see it. And if I force people to use them, even if they have like some benefit, I wouldn't see it. Now, the premise of those tools, can they ever be successful? I don't know, because I don't use them. Again, I was thinking about this today, in that in so many interviews I've been asked, and I'm sure many engineers have been asked to like, I don't even remember what they're called anymore, whiteboard interview, the Twitter design or the Instagram design or whatever else. But in reality, like Twitter is not a success because it has the best architecture in the world. It's not a success because it returns like the tweets as fast as possible. Like the things have shaken up greatly at Twitter, and lots of people were let go as well. People were brought in. It has changed with the times, but whether it's popular or not, it's not affected by the architecture behind it. It's affected by other reasons. So I wouldn't think that adding this type of analysis in your code base would help you or save you. I do think there are a few companies like Netflix, for example, that are thought to be at the forefront of tech like that. And especially when you want to do streaming, like there is a lot of tech that you really need to get right. But even them nowadays, they had the boxing fight the other day, and they had some lag and streaming issues as well. And it's not gonna cause too many people to cancel their Netflix subscriptions. So it's all about the benefit. I don't see that much benefit in a tool like that to affect the projects that I work on, but I can see a place where those tools are actually useful. But then there is the other question, are they actually useful or not? How do you measure this? I don't know. It's just, I choose to avoid that problem and focus on the things that I suspect are more likely to have a better impact in the product that we're building. Cool, thanks for this break. I needed it. Deep into the weeds with like these things. At the same time, like I keep seeing all I can see now is like define field, and my brain just is like a matrix green thing going down that just says define field everywhere. So maybe having less of that would be good. But in any case, the reps are an object that have a min and a max always, is what we've decided now. We want to sometimes this, sometimes that. Cool. What else do we need? They need to have a reps in reserve, which will just be a regular number. Just gonna be a regular number. This copy button. The engineering productivity is dropping. Rare. In reserve. It's gonna be a number. Great. And what else are they gonna have? Notes, which is gonna be text. Especially since I'm not that used to Sanity CMS, I think people being able to see that I'm using like text here or like what type I'm using here, I think it will make it more likely for someone to tell me that, oh, actually for this field, you should be using this, you know, weird schema type or whatever. That if you hide them in the helper method there, like they'd be less likely to see it. Although maybe not. Maybe they'd be like, why do you keep using this one? What does it do? They click, they see that it just calls the number here. I don't know. Just thinking. Just asking questions. And the featured value, of course. So that's going to be interesting and something to think about that eventually we may want it to be a user customizable feature. So maybe the feature value would be like me, if you want to work out like me, or it could be like Mary, my friend, who is a strong female lifter. So of course, when it comes to like bench press, I crush her, but when it comes to hip thrust, she crushes me. So you may want to pick your poison on which one you want to be your featured lifter, or have it be one of your friends and then you compete, or have it be your past you and you compete against yourself. So all of those options are cool. And yet again, like another reason, like to bring those to your client, like think about what you want the app to be. I think these are gonna lead to a better app than anything else you'd need to do. But just going by gut feeling here, let's say that we want like featured value. And what is it gonna have? A value, which is a number, and a unit. That's gonna be a string because it can be anything. For now, it would be like just kilograms or libras, pounds. But hey, so this value, number, great, and string here for unit, right? Am I right? I am. Good. Make the types be at the top. That could be a lint rule. Wow. It's very nested. Again, we're using this not because it's easier to define this versus a database schema. It's easier because of this part. Like we don't need to design and create the CMS part of it. Like defining the schemas is as tricky or maybe even trickier as defining an SQLite database because there is more content about defining SQLite database or SQL than there is about doing stuff with Sanity, which is like a custom tool. But it is a very popular tool, so there is something here. But in any case, the big benefit is you get all of this CRM stuff for free, and that's of great value. Right, so we've defined the workout day. Let's see if we go to our index and add workout day here. My puppy is sleeping like you wouldn't believe how peacefully, like snoring. Maybe you can hear her. Right, so workout day appeared. Let's see how it is. If we were to tell our client, you go there and you create like a new workout day, how does it look like? And we'll call it lower one. I will give it the same name so you won't be able to tell the difference. And we could say that you can add markdown here. So that's quite interesting. Let's look at the text field. Do they have like anything else that's interesting? Not really. Right, cool. So let's say you can use markdown here. Great. then we have the workout blocks. Let's try to add one. And the exercise, it starts in between, great. Should have an icon. And this would be the focus lift, great. Set is gonna be 1, reps is gonna be 2 to 4 or something. 2 to 4. 1.5. And extra notes. So unbelievably, I think this is actually coming together. And now we should be able to specify for the block in the display what do we actually saw. Because just seeing the focus block is not that helpful. I wonder if we could select, like how deeply we could say I want to select the first block, get the focus lift from it or something. Anyway. Is it just preview? It's a real thing? Nope. Just not here. So in this level, and what's the select going to be looking like? 20-25% is going to be the year over 40% of the web starts using Svelte. Yes, so with Pocket Base as well, that was my premise, that it had been a while since I found something that seems as simple to create a website for a client where they can do their basic content management stuff as WordPress. And WordPress was a thing for like 15-20 years. And then all the WordPress drama also happened. So I think there are more people that are kind of willing to migrate away from WordPress. But again, I'm sure that tons of people just don't know about it or don't care. But Pocket Base and Sanity is such a huge combo alongside something like SvelteKit that I do think lots of people are going to be using it for sure. Let's try to demystify it further. So this preview thing, what do I need to specify? I guess you need to select, you need to specify what you want to select. And the title is going to be this, but what's the subtitle going to be? I want the title to be in a block. I want to be the exercise. Would that immediately make it a bit better? Yes, the answer is no. If I say type, so if the thing is type, great. If the title is the exercise.name, oh, beautiful. We lucked into this one, but it means it's kind of intuitive. But what else can a select have? Because I want the title. I guess you can have the icon, but what else can you have? This, like, they have like a thumbnail or something. But what else can you have there? preview. No, not this preview, different preview. Not this one either. List previews? What state? Can you just name it anything? I guess so. So should I just have done this blindly and it would just work? No. I don't know why I found it funny, but come on. Maybe author is a special thing and it has like this array type of thing. Ah, it gets me tryable here in the thing. Configuring preview options. All right, here we go. Subtitle. They have subtitle. I thought it, but I didn't use it. Didn't believe. Where is TypeScript where you really need it? By the way. Right. There you go. Squad focus. It's the focus lift. Great. Great. So what else do they have? Maybe nothing. It has many lifts for sure, but that's something I should be doing offline. So name description blocks, that's it. And then the workout week has name description days, and that's also it. And let's say let's create another one, but we need an exercise to add. Bench press. It's going to be barbell, not unilateral. And the description is going to be this. What I actually do here. Yes, this exercise, and supposedly we have this link by Alan Thrall again. Shoutouts. Good. And we can create another one. Upper swallow day. I don't know. Just say something different. And the workout blocks. The focus block will just have the bench press for say 1 set, 2 for 1.5. To not bounce. And featured value, let's say it's 100 kilos or whatever. Great. And I guess we need to define the workout week too, which is going to be amazingly similar to the workout day. So workout week. Which could also be program, I guess. But maybe not. Name, description, you may use markdown syntax, correct. And then it doesn't have blocks, it has days. Days. And the type, I guess, would be reference in this case, like we have here. So all of this nesting, 180 lines of nesting, don't want them. The name is gonna be days. Oh, it's still an array. So it's the off that we want it to be different. An array of this reference, but the reference is gonna be. Do I do the define field there actually? Maybe not. Yes. No. So not define field. So of reference to a day. So workout day like this. Does the workout week have a slug? I'd say the yes. Why not? Let's keep the slug for this one. And maybe you can do like some cool stuff with the previews, like how many exercises you have, like a count. Count. Well, I'm sure you can do it with maybe the prepare thingy. Would be cool. Yeah, the prepare gets every field, I guess. So let's try to do that. Let's be like super cool. Super cool. You can even have it. Try to guess how long the exercise is gonna be. So this, let's say title referring to this. Wait a minute. Does the prepare happen after? I guess so. So I want to get the days. Which they'll get given to this method, so it's cool. It has some TypeScript magic there to know that this field didn't exist, then this will not exist. Great. And I do want to return the title, but also I want to return a subtitle that does this. So you can see how many days you have at a glance. Let's see if that did work. I guess here we can't really see this. But maybe we can try to do the same trick for the workout day. See in the preview, also select the exercises. Also select the blocks. Why not? And the subtitle, the exercises or something. Just an easy reduce. And then this would have the exercise here, right? Oh, it doesn't know what this is. All right, so I'm not gonna be too crazy here. Hey Remy, it's nice to join anytime, although we are a bit into the weeds with defining fields in Sanity CMS. There will be timestamps later. I do think we started the stream doing loops in Svelte, which are an important concept in any framework and everywhere in software engineering, being able to do conditional logic and loop logic. If you can iterate, then you can do anything, can deliver anything. And then about halfway, we switched to integrating with the CMS, and we haven't done that much. We're almost to like the big payoffs here. So that's cool. Which fields are the blocks? This blocks. Yes. So yeah, let's just do a count of the blocks. Let's see if that would work as I expect. I guess the answer is no. Because it just doesn't get it. We have the name, we have the description, and we have this thing, which is an array. So I guess it doesn't just get it. Oh well. Let's forget this ever happened and move on. So we'll debug for later. I would want to see how many exercises we already have in this day. I think this would make things easier. But anyway, we need to move on. Maybe it worked in this, but you know, nah, it wouldn't have worked. Surely not. Yeah, it doesn't understand what days is, so I'm sure it didn't. But we can go to our index, which exports all the custom schemas that we have for the workout week, and then workout week will appear here, and we can say, all right, the very first workout week that we have, which in the hard-coded data, did we call it anything? Yeah, we called it Power Building Phase 1. Week 1 out of 6. I guess week 1 out of 6 could also be like a different property. Thinking about this. And then we can add days where, add this one, great. Add the upper swollen one, great. And publish. And with that, we should be able to move on to actually fetching the data in SvelteKit, I suppose. A lot of these fields we could make required. So an exercise, should everything be required? I think so. But where do we add it? Let's figure that out too. Validation. An easier way to do required. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, I guess you need to define this kind of weird method on everyone. But it's not the end of the world. So we give a validation object, and then we just return the required rule and say that, all right, every one of them should have this rule. Including the slug, including this. Is unilateral, I guess, the only one that's not required. Equipment, yeah, maybe no equipment, I suppose. And let's keep a tutorial for... Yeah, let's keep a tutorial. You can find something on YouTube. Someone says if you rename the vid, if I rename the vid to build a WordPress killer in less than a day, I don't think anyone will hold it against you. I should make it a YouTube source and say, you know, WordPress killer in under 100 seconds. And now we're talking. Now it's gonna go viral. But let's keep adding. Like it's more than 100 seconds just to add these required validation rules. Yeah. So this is an array. I guess there must be a way to specify that I want this array to have like more than one thing in it. I think that will just work. And these fields too. Should these be the required? Does this just work? Sets, reps, all of those things. I'll keep them like this and move on. So workout week, final one, needs to have a name, needs to have a slug, needs to have a description, and needs to have at least one day, I would say. Probably at least two. But hey. Cool. So that's it for our content for now. We can delete all the other content that we won't be using. The posts, the categories, the authors that were the example content that we won't be using. Exercise, workout day, workout week are going to be there. This thing flipped out for some reason. Who knows why? Deleting stuff absolutely triggered it. But things seem to work just fine. So, next steps. Let's look at the agenda. Next steps. Actually loading it in SvelteKit. Exciting. Back to SvelteKit. This was React, if you didn't notice. Guess we didn't actually do any TSX or anything. But in order to query this data, we need to create our client here. Great. Is this going to hit the cloud? I guess so. Guess the answer is yes. All right, let's do it. So first up, add the Sanity client in the SvelteKit project. So in apps web, npm add dependency the Sanity client. There's not modules here for some reason, because we changed to monorepo, but that should be fine. And then we'll be creating the client somehow, and then fetching the workout day, I suppose. So in the SvelteKit project, the web app, we could have a Sanity client here. Or not. In our repos, we have our hardcoded programs repo. Let's copy and paste that one. And let's call it Sanity program, the repo. And it's not gonna be doing any hardcoded stuff. Plonk. But it is gonna be creating the Sanity client. So let's copy these things. And maybe the client is going to be this. And maybe these are things that we get from our .env. And I guess they can be public. So let's see, public Sanity project ID, public Sanity dataset, and this can be when we're not in dev. So we can use the dev helper from SvelteKit. So use the CDN when we're not in dev. Why not? And the API version, so that could be, come on Copilot, you can do it, format. Can you format? Copilot has given up. Copilot has given up. This is like the perfect case for Copilot because I don't want to type this myself. Try. Right, but if I got this from memory, then you gotta admit that was like a bit of a flex. Let's see. Ah, almost. Forgot the 0. Yes. So in my head it was correct. Start. I even highlighted to see, like, do you need to specify the start? My answer was yes. Anyway. All right, got it. Year, month, date. Cool. Senior dev flex. Who needs GitHub Copilot? Anyway. So project ID, what are those things about? I guess if they were private repositories, we'd need the API keys to say anything about this here. Too many things. Right, so from the Sanity project, have the sanity config here, which it has the project ID. And I guess if I hard code this, no one is gonna show up to my house and beat me up. But let's do this properly and do it with like an environment variable, which will mean I will need to remember to add this to Cloudflare. Maybe I can do this first, actually. Let's see. I know I always forget, so I will do it first this time. Big brain time. And in this app, settings, environment variables, add. And it's fine. So the value is going to be this. And it's actually going to be, again, maybe like it's fine to hard code this. Because it's fine that it's public, and you'll 99%, almost 100% of the time you'll have the one project, and maybe you'll have two data sets, like the production and the dev one in that project. But I think even then you'll just have the one, and you'll have like drafts and not drafts, and that's it. You can get around with just having the one, but just, you know, to be a bit more proper and get even more familiar with environment variables, we're gonna do it like this. So this is fine if it's public, and we want another public one, which is gonna be this. When the key name is bigger than the value. Quite funny. I do need to hide my screen because there are slight secrets, slight actual secrets in the .env recent stuff. And maybe in the tests too, I would want them to have like these values actually. Why not? I'm gonna keep it like that for the test file as well. All right, so now that we've added these, we can bring them in here as environment variables, and they're called sometimes the editor wants to help, sometimes it's like nah, it's like never. And what was the other one? So I need to bring it in the way SvelteKit wants. I need to copy paste something from here. From here. All right, let's do it. So, but the name is going to be this. Reload. Check again. And this, of course, is the sanity. Still claims it's not there, so maybe it's correct. Okay, so let's double check what's happening there. It is there. Did I name them correctly? this should be named dataset, actually. Yeah, little problem here, a little thing to catch. This one is not project ID dataset. This is public sanity dataset, and it's in production. The name is production. All right, moving on. This thing, I'm sure it will appear at some point. And so will the dataset. Bring it in from here. And now we have the config, we create the client in the Sanity programs repo. We need to actually do the query to fetch all the exercises that we have. How do we do that? We're going to use their grok language to run a query and fetch everything. But no one actually knows how to use grok. But what you can do wherever you have like your CMS thing, you can actually force it to query stuff. So we want to query, like, does this get autocomplete? Like grok is kind of like GraphQL, and I guess we don't get enough autocomplete. And it doesn't have like an example here. I imagine this would return all posts. Yeah, I was hoping that this would have like some common examples for us. Is it just going to be this? Fetch, plonk. Yeah, you have no posts, but workout week. There you go. It fetches the one workout week that we have, which has 2 days, which has all of these. So it's fetching everything, maybe because we had like this star thing. And now we have the query that we're gonna actually type to the client. Anything more on like grok, that language, like to do limits and stuff? Limit. Grok. What do you have to say about grok? Limit. Single. Do they really have like no limit? Surely they have a limit. There's no way they don't have a limit. So you can specify what you want from a slug. Fine, you can give it like an ID to get the latest one. Do they really not have an example here? Should I give ChatGPT a try? They know. I am using let's see. Oh, you do like array access for this. And I can only hope that publish stats is magically added to every field. So let's see. In this vision thing, we can try it out. Should have set workout week here. And it looks like it works. So public stat is like a real thing. Great. And you just do array access 0 to get the first element, I suppose. And here's where you could do like a limit. I think maybe you can do like 0 to 1, something like that. But we only have one item. Cool. All right, so it's kind of coming back to me. We have this query. How do we create it in the client? To help us with TypeScript type generation based on the queries, they have this thing called define query, which of course in the docs here they don't specify, but I think it's a real thing. Maybe not. Maybe just all the help is blocked. Let's open the thing I have for the TypeScript type gen here. Where are you getting define type from? Who knows? Define query from grok. All right, so we need to bring this in. Maybe that wasn't the real thing. pnpm add e grok. And in here, define query. What's the problem? It has a package lock, which we forgot to remove before. So it has a pnpm lock. We should have removed it before, because now the dependencies are at the root of the monorepo. But I don't think that was the problem here. Anyway, my problem is that this grok thingy cannot be found. VS Code has flipped out, has resigned. It's not gonna help me to complete anything ever again. But we'll manage somehow. Separate file for the queries. How quaint. Right, so define query, and it's gonna be whatever we decided it is here. Plunk. And notice how I do have the plugin for VS Code for like Sanity. This one, which is the one that also makes this stuff color. Cool question by Son. Are uppercase variable names an unspoken convention for all query pattern matching type tasks? Claude does it as well. So I didn't think that's the convention. I think that if something is a constant, then you name it in uppercase across most languages. But in JavaScript, it's quite tricky because you assign references to constants. I don't want to say you assign variables to constants all the time, but it's the truth. And I spoke about PHP earlier in the episode, and indeed, when ES6 was coming about and const started becoming a keyword, and I needed to say, oh, you assign this variable to a const, and then, this will happen. You bind this when you assign this variable to a const. People would make fun of me because they'd be like, oh, a constant variable, I never thought I'd see the day, or something like that. Anyway, common convention, if it's a constant, uppercase it. If it never changes, uppercase it. Constants in JavaScript, a bit more murky because we messed up with var, and then we need to do like let and const, and then some would say we messed up again. Anyway, by the by, if it never changes, it's common to uppercase it. And I suppose that the output of this is always the same. You never reassign it. It never becomes something different. And I guess that's why the convention for GraphQL and other like query type statements has become that they are uppercase. Cool question for sure. I'd imagine it's not, that this is supposed to be unchanging. That's the one thing, actually constant. But you know, when does this change? Should this be uppercase? I don't know. I think it's more of a philosophical question at that point. It's like in other languages, this object wouldn't be a constant. So you keep it lowercase here. But in other languages, this would still be a constant. So we make it uppercase too. Anyway, with the Sanity.io plugin in VS Code, you do get this nice colored visual of the query instead of having it be like the just yellow strings everywhere thing. And if I wasn't using environment variables, I would actually be able to execute the query against the dataset. But because I'm using environment variables, oh no, it's actually working. Awesome. Magic. There you go. So how cool is that? You can actually run this query in line with this plugin and see what happens. Sweet. Sweet. Anyway, ESLint is aggressively underlining this because I haven't used it. I just created it. Maybe ESLint could chill for once. But we can name this get latest workout week and actually use it by telling the client to fetch it. Fetch this query, it doesn't have parameters. Filter response, what does that do? Who knows? On client fetch calls, add filter response false to return the full response on queries. If you don't add it, like it filters it to what end? To what end? Required. All right, so that's new. Maybe we don't need this. We don't need the source math. It seems like it's like metadata stuff, so let's not get too crazy. There are other options we can use on whether we should see drafts as well and stuff, but we don't need them. It feels like all we need is to use this client to fetch the latest workout week. But will this be the program? The answer is probably not. And we may be able to do the TypeScript type generation in order to find out. But for now, we did run the query, so we do know what we get back. Let's see, what do we get back? Run this query. Run this query, Johnny, you can do it. Can I do it? Maybe I cannot do it anymore. It just appeared for the demo and then it disappeared. If it line breaks, it loses it. If it line breaks, it loses it. Dear Lord. There must be a better way. But for now, let's keep it in a single line like this. The things you gotta do. Right, so it has a name, it has the days, it has a description, so it seems like it's just gonna work, actually. I do think this is gonna be a program, or like a workout week, or whatever. Name, description, and days, and each day is a workout day. But it looks like this is not expanded. How do I tell it to expand things? So that's a good question. Expand. When we did this here in Vision, it does return the references. So let's ask ChatGPT again. Workout day. Let's see. So we just add this, is what this thing is claiming. Let's see. When something is popular and kinda unchanging for a while, ChatGPT is good. So for SvelteKit, not that good, because it has changed a lot. For something like this, it's amazing. Amazing. Oh, and it's even expanded these blocks. Perfect. So it feels like this is just gonna work. Sound checked, and there is a repo about the formatting. I think you can give it like a code hint to say grok or something. And then it will manage to still know that it's a grok query. But it's been open for 3 years. Lol. But if you start in this line, then you're good, apparently. So yeah, execute the query, and it just works. All right, so this doesn't have TypeScript validation yet, but we will do it later. And actually, we want to do the same thing we were doing before, where the description we ran it through markdown, and for each day, each one of those descriptions we ran it through markdown yet again. And that should just work at this point. So here we are, the moment of truth. Will it be that easy to change from the hard-coded repo to the Sanity programs repo? Let's see, do I have like another timestamp for this? Maybe not. So in our up-to-date.ts, let's say here, let's say that we're using the Sanity one. Not this one. And most importantly, in the dependency injection handle, let's use the Sanity programs repo here. And this is the time to place your bets. Is this gonna work? If it does work, we'll only see lower one and upper, whatever we called it. And if we open it, it's gonna just have the one exercise there for each one. But these are the hard-coded ones. The other ones are those that we can have our client edit and keep adding easily with the cool CMS that we have. So did you place your bets? Ready or not? Here we go. Fail. But how did we fail? It could be type of problem. Configuration must contain project ID, it says. So apparently, once again, TypeScript is correct. And somehow, I didn't add these environment variables. But how? I don't understand. The dev server is running. How come? I'm prefixing this with public. What's the problem? Skill issue, indeed. So TypeScript was yelling and saying, mate, you don't have these defined. I was like, mate, come on, I have them defined. But once again, TypeScript was correct. And for some reason, these are not defined. And I don't understand why. Like the dev server is running clearly. Are they at the wrong level? My .env and all of those things. Are they? Was I changing the wrong .dev like an absolute muppet? I think that's not true. But that's probably true. All right. So I can see there is another .env there, which must be the one I was messing around with like an absolute muppet. So at the root of the repository, I don't want these. And in here, I do want them. Oh, and immediately TypeScript is like, you've done well, son. And it works. There you go. Skill issue indeed. Given the environment variables correctly. We are fetching these from our CMS. Cool. So the days don't seem to be working quite correctly, but that's fine. Let's see the query again. So how did this work? I guess the plugin must be looking somewhere else for the Sanity CLI config, and there it's hard-coded. So that's how we got there. The days, it looks like they are coming. And they should have... they have a blocks and they have an exercise, but we're not expanding the exercises. So let's see, can we actually do it? Manually without such PD? Maybe not. Let's try to execute this query. Oh wow. So each day has this blocks thing, but we didn't manage to do this quite right. So without this, we get the blocks. With this, I would have imagined that we get all the blocks, but we don't. So yeah, SvelteKit has served us well with this. Yeah, let's keep going. And ask it again. Why would it be different? Like each day has this, and I want every part of it. That's why we're spreading it. But also the blocks, I want all of them. But also exercises in the blocks. I want all of those. I don't know. We'll find out. Sensitivity, let's see how you do this. So let's see. Did they make the border radius a bit bigger here? So this looks like what I tried to do. Right? It didn't break this time, so it must be different. It doesn't have the arrow here, interestingly enough. Huh. And each exercise has a tutorial. It has notes. Blocks have notes. What's that about? Yeah, no, that's correct. So this is nested in exercise, which is not what we were expecting. But it's fine. Okay, the formatting here is gonna drive me crazy. So yeah, like each block, I guess, has a workout exercise. And I don't particularly want to alias this as anything. So that means that the table should be drilling in a bit deeper for some of these things, I think. But this would be easier if someone else was doing the TypeScript definitions for us. But hey, in the interface, we do have our own TypeScript definitions. So our workout block has exercises, great. Has a type, apparently, and it doesn't have exercises. Let's see, can we save this? Can we say that it's blank? What is going to be the scope of the spread? No, indeed, each block has a type. But in here, oh, each block can have many exercises, actually. So should these have been like exercises? What does the schema look like? So Son says, does loading the entire GraphQL object or grok or whatever this statement is into the client ever becomes something to reduce or optimize at scale? This we're running this query on the backend, so it wouldn't be a problem. I can imagine that these do get like quite long, but I've never, it must be one of those things where if you're looking to optimize the nanoseconds, then sure. But in any case, we're running this on the backend and streaming it to the client. So we are saving there. Definitely making this query better by only getting the fields that we actually want instead of everything. That would be a more perceptible performance benefit than how big the query itself is. But yeah, as usual, like do it on the server and then you don't really care how big it is. You don't care as much as if it were on the client. Right, so how have I defined the workout week here? It has workout days, yeah. How have I defined the workout day? I said it has blocks, which has a type. But actually, I wanted to have a type and I wanted to have many exercises. Yeah, so now I remember. Let's see how will that affect our existing data. Array. So close this for now. Because maybe this is going to be like a superset, so it will have many exercises. So we'll have what does it want here? An array, name it exercises, which are going to be the workout exercises. I guess we can name it exercise. Not sure. Let's name it workout exercises. And in here is where we'll have like the off thing. Of what? Of all of these things. Stop helping. You've helped enough. Of these guys. So that's cool and all. Now, what's this problem? Can't have object types and primitive types. So yeah, this is starting to get like too complicated. So I will have to do it offline. So the problem is that I misdefined like what workout block should be. It should have many exercises, but that means I will need to define like the references in a different way, I suppose. And it would just be too boring to see me do 5 hours in. But let's do the type gen, and then the deployment would be easy. Maybe we won't do it now, and we can recap next week. So we're almost there. There is this tool called sanity-typegen that we can install, and it will be scanning the places where we've called the define query method, either using this or using this, and generating TypeScript type for us. So let's do that. Not this anymore, typegen. Let's bring this in. I think there are a few steps. We do want to be able to extract the schema from our CMS project, but also using that TypeScript schema, do the generation. And it will be scanning the grok queries that we have. But how would we do it? We can just say extract the schema like this. And I guess the Sanity CLI just has this type-gen type of thing. Let's see. So in our CMS, let's say, like extract or just generate. And yeah, clearly we have this command. So if we go to that directory and say that in our CMS, yeah, if we want to run the generate command, it should extract the schema. And just extracts it as schema.json. And then we can generate the types from it. But there must be some ways where we can define the output file. And this is also saying that if you're in a monorepo, you can do all sorts of like complicated things, which we will. But will you be so kind to tell me how to specify the output files? Learn how to do this in the CLI reference docs. Great, get me to the CLI reference docs. Why are you not getting me there? So it's the extract or schema. Not helpful. What if no, we're in a circular dependency. npm sanity CLI. We keep going through and through the same docs. Not the client, the CLI. Come on. Nothing. npx sanity schema help. You can do it. Extract help. Right, you can name the workspace, the path. There you go, just path. And enforce required fields. Make schema generated. Treat fields marked as required as non-optional. Great, that is true. That is what we want. So let's say that the path is going to be the generated directory. Or maybe just call it What is it called by default? Schema generated. I like making it obvious that it was generated. And we accidentally learned about this helpful flag. Enforce required fields, say that they're always there. The path be in the end. All right, let's try it again. pnpm generate. And it created this thing. Great. Don't need this. And back to the example, we can create something here. Sanity typegen.json in our web app. So in here, when the sanity typegen.json, and in here, we do want in this project to have a lib generated directory. So it will be easy to use the schema, but also would be able to know that it's a generated thing you shouldn't manually play around with. Great. So in here, we do want to say, indeed, go back, but go into the CMS. So the schema is go back and go into the CMS and then go to schema.generated.json. And the path, it says glob pattern, which is kind of interesting. Let's say everywhere in source, I suppose. We don't have any JavaScript or TSX really, and it's not going to be in Svelte files. You never know. Should we look? Nah. It feels like if you do some stuff, some queries client side, then you should scan for this. We'll see if it works. Notice the extra code here to make it a glob pattern. I think that's needed. But in any case, where we want to write is in source lib generated. Great. And then what do we do? Sanity type generate. I don't think we have sanity in this project, so we need to add it. In this project, we have sanity. In this insane SvelteKit project, we do not. So add it as a dev dependency. Good. And I think this means if we go to the package.json of the web app and add a generate command to do sanity types and generate, I think it will read the config correctly and create some TypeScript type for us. Immediately, it flips out because we had it read Svelte files and it's like, what is this? So let's just remove that bad idea. And now it created quite a lot of things. All in this file. And in here, there should also be the get latest week, whatever we named that query. And I think by magic, without us needing to specify anything more, it will know that the workout week has like some objects in there or something. And it's saying that could be null. So we can do that, I suppose. But if it's not null, then it knows that it's like this object, and if we were asking for specific fields, it would know that, oh, it doesn't have the hidden ID and all of that. And it also knows the interesting thing with that I messed up, that an exercise shouldn't be just a single thing. This could be many. But yeah, about 5 hours in, I think we're kinda good. The last thing to do, what's this Playwright config about? Why is it claiming that this is not a real thing? Is it because I need the node types at the root of the project? Maybe. Why not? Let's try it. The last thing we want to do with Turborepo is try to make that be a task, like the generate task. But the interesting thing that I always find hard to figure out how to do in the docs is to say that I want the generate command to run first on the CMS and then on the other project. I guess if I just say generate now, if I also add here generate, turbo generate, I don't need to go inside the two projects and do this thing again and again, which is good. Generate is like a real thing in pnpm. Unfortunately, I think I had this problem before. I'm getting the feeling of deja vu. So actually, let's call this codegen. Codegen. I like generate more, let's be honest. But they call it generate. But let's prove that you can't. It's an old dog new tricks. So now, by calling it codegen, we don't get any generator problems. And they happen at the same time. So if you actually name the schema, it also formats the generator types with prettier, which is nice. Didn't think it would. Then you need to run it twice, because the first one will create a new schema that is actually different to the one before. And then the other action, the web action that should be depending on that schema, would need to run again. So Turborepo, how do we make this task depend on another? Tasks depend. I don't think they have like an interesting, a clear thing to specify this. Maybe it's like this. Let's see. So there is a depends on flag. And maybe we can specify that. So is utils just the name of the folder? So let's say it depends on CMS codegen. Will that work? Could not find packet CMS. Not repo CMS. and this depends on itself. All right. Maybe we call this generate. How do you like them apples? CMS. So it's called extract. Let's call it extract schema since we'll never manually run it. Maybe that's fine. And in here, we can call it extract schema. And then it will run the CodeZen one. I cannot find this. What did I call it? Extract schema. There you go. Named it correctly. It's saying can't find it there, and it cannot find extract schema in package, which is not true. Let's name it extract just in case there's something weird happening. So in Turborepo CMS, this one, we have this extract command, and yet it's like cannot find this. If I do specify an extract command, I guess, then it will just work. All right. Because then it would try to run the extract command for every app that has it, but only one has it. So CodeZen depends on extract for whatever reason. I don't know if the names are good. But then we're saying that specifically we want the CMS extract command to be run. I don't know, the names aren't great, but by the by. All right, with that, I think we're done. The TypeScript types are created. Like I have created a bit of a mess as well with the contents here. Like the blocks, as I kind of expected, should be a bit different. It should be blocks should be an array of things that have a type, and then they have many exercises. But how do you define like these extended exercises? That is giving me some issues. So I'm gonna do it offline. But we have managed to hit dynamic data here, which is great. I wouldn't want to commit this before I resolve it. But the other thing to do would be to actually deploy the Sanity Studio. But it wouldn't be anything more than what we did for the web app that you can find at Gainzatron.com. We just go to Cloudflare and create another pages project for it, and just specify the correct directory, and it's just gonna work, I'm sure. So yeah, something to go over next time, because I think this is gonna be it. Any more questions, let me know, or else we're gonna do the final demo and call it a stream. More than 5 hours in. Hope you are enjoying these long streams. They're definitely the longest streams I've done back to back. Will I ever go into such a run ever again? Maybe not. If I had to guess, I would say no. But you can only, like, I cannot predict the future. I can only affect it. So you never know. Maybe I will do more, but not anytime soon. So hopefully you are enjoying it. Level 99 in confusion, but we still have a lot to go to get to level 99 devs. Milo is asking, how would I build a custom CMS? So I would strongly suggest using something like Sanity. We talked like midway through this huge stream, so It's easy to miss, I am sure. But how we could have our own database and then have to render our own UI for everything that we want to do exactly in our database. But with something like Pokerbase, which I've done a video about, and Sanity especially, even though you don't have the easy access to the database, you do have like this excellent CRM that you can customize, because everything here is a React component and you don't need to know much React about it. So this thing, like what fields appear here, whether they are checkboxes, whether they are toggles, that was pretty easy to do. Oh, Summer just got up all excited. What happened, Summer? Yeah, I'm almost done. Or almost done. So with Sanity, you get this for kind of free. Sanity, hello. Oh, say hi to the camera, my big dog. So the complications will come slightly later on. Oh, she's trying to type. She's trying to be like that. Hello. What is Turborepo doing in the stack? It's a tool to help you manage workspaces. The big thing that it does versus just using pnpm is that it realizes which directories have changed files, and if something has not changed, if a task has not changed, it will rerun it from the cache, and then it will be fast. A big example I see day to day is that when I try to run the tests, if I haven't actually changed a related file in that repository, it will run it from the cache and it will take like 50 milliseconds, while the real browser tests would take like half a minute or like more time. Summer, I'll put you down. She wants a walk, so we have to be quick. Hope you're doing well. And she wants to be fed. It's kind of late here. She woke up and it's like, where's my food? What's happened? Right. So Sanity does give you the CMS part that you can just present to the client and they'll be like, wow, you've done so much. And it's customizable enough. I think it's more customizable than what I could be thinking about if I haven't seen other CMSs. So I would suggest working with that. Then how do you get the data from Sanity? We did show how we can use Grok, which is a GraphQL type language where if you're beginning with software engineering, then you wouldn't know GraphQL either. So it wouldn't help you that much. But you can see it as like an SQL as well type of language. But it just means that you need to write statements like the ones here where we can say, all right, I want everything that has a type workout week and order it by when it was published, but actually I only want the first item there. And from that, I want like all the fields, but especially for the days I want to do something else. And that's how you get the data out. But then if you want to do like something more complicated than like get the data, but how would you do the workout tracking per user? Those are the things that we'll be visiting and exploring in the next episodes. We'll be doing authentication, user accounts, and all of those things in order to start giving more premium value to the users, and in order for us to be able to ask and say, oh, actually you need to pay like $2 subscription to use this product. So this is great for having a type of site where your client can go in and every week they just amend what the exercises are gonna be. Great. But then when you're like, okay, every user, you have 1,000 users and everyone needs to be able to click the button and track and actually track their stats, their lifts, and then you want to have nice graphs according to all the lifts they've ever done. That's when we'll need to work with our own database because we won't be giving that to the CMS. So that's going to be quite complicated, but fine. Sanity host data. Yes, so Sanity is hosting the data for you, but they do have a CDN service as well. And you could even have it be part of your build step if you really want to. You could have like a cron job where you build the app, you fetch the data every day, and then it's fine. it depends on what type of data this is going to be. So if your client is going to be getting in every day and adding new programs, then maybe you'll need different casting strategies on how you'd manage it. But Sanity does have some casting itself. It does have some things about optimizing images that we'll be touching. But for the user authentication and the user tracking, that's where we'll likely use Cloudflare D1, which is going to be hosted essentially where our frontend is going to be hosted. So that request is going to be super fast. So if the performance concern is that getting this data is too slow, we're going to be casting it a lot. And the dynamic data that's related to the user data is going to be where our frontend is with Cloudflare D1. So that should be super fast as well. Sanity is really good. I do think how they get you is by when you want to have a private data set, or when you have a big team, when you need to have lots of different users in your team, different types of users. So if you want administrators and editors and like just viewers to do data analysis and whatnot, that's when they get you. I do think they provide a lot of value. And if you are on that level where you need like this sort of granularity, then you need to pay for it. Even then they have answers, but you just need to pay for it. So I wouldn't be concerned that Sanity is going to be the performance limitation on your thing. Thank you, Fanilo, as well for the support. As always, I will be shaping up the schemas offline. I try to keep these realistic, so it's not going to be one to skip a few type of tutorial, as I said in the beginning. So if I'm navigating the definitions and the types, it's because I do want to show how it is realistically, but I will be doing a few of those things offline to get things working, and see if we'll go into a recap episode or if we'll do a bit of auth as well. We'll see, it depends. But as always, let me know in the comments, in the Discord, wherever, what you'd like to see next. We'll definitely keep going with Gainzatron. Here, we'll be adding some functionality there. I'm just not sure what it's gonna be. It could be even just the icons if I cannot do like 5 hours of stream as well. And use the unplugin icons that were suggested in the chat. Or it could be a longer episode where we crack authentication, because then we have emails and passwords and magic links and auth. It's going to be a big one if we go down that route, but let me know. All right, my puppy is desperate, but I'm happy, I'm delighted, I had fun today. Thanks to everyone for spending a bit of time with me, especially the people in the chat, keeping me extra special company. I hope you have a lovely Sunday evening and a lovely week, and I'll catch you all in the next one. Bye.